Chapter 21:12 Honors for the sword domain suddenly appeared when Yang Ye's attack descended, and then countless rays of sword energy suddenly surged forward with Yang Yi at the center. Every single one of them seemed material under the effects of the sword domain. The most terrifying part was that Yang Yi had released almost 10,000 rays of sword energy at this moment. Actually, this was the invincible sword formation, but it was a modified version of the original. While it had been strong in the past, it wasn't that strong against sages. So, Yang Yi had modified it earlier. Actually, he hadn't modified its core, and he'd merely modified the amount of sword energy released from it. When quantity arrived at a certain level, it could overcome quality. Countless rays of sword energy surged forward, and they instantly enveloped the afterimages. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of space being sliced open resounded incessantly. The experts of the weapon path had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so strong that even a sage couldn't defeat him. There was quite a huge gap between those at the sage realm and those below it. It was a gap that could rarely be resolved by using external sources of strength. While they'd heard that Yang Yi could fight sages, they'd merely heard of it, and now they'd witnessed it for themselves. Han Xian had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the sword energy in the distance turned ethereal, and then a ray of cold light flashed before their eyes. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then two figures were blasted flying in opposite directions. It was Yang Yi and the old man. Who lost? Everyone was looking at those two figures. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground. There were dense cracks covering his entire body, and blood was seeping out incessantly from them. Besides that, the huge white dragon behind him was quite ethereal now. Primordial violet energy was ceaselessly healing Yang Ye's body. He hadn't collapsed yet. As for the old man on the other side, he seemed extremely weak as well. His body was covered in injuries. At this moment, the old man didn't seem like a sage. He seemed like an old man who was at the end of his life. The old man closed his eyes slowly. A short while passed before he gazed at Yang Yi. "I didn't expect you to be." Suddenly, Yang Yi leaped up and instantly arrived before the old man. At the same time, Elysium slammed down while a black sword suddenly appeared behind the old man and swept towards his nape. The battle wasn't over. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually continue attacking. After all, Yang Yi was covered in injuries. Is he made out of steel? The old man didn't have the time to think more about it. His legs spun against the ground, and he instantly transformed into an afterimage that vanished on the spot. This time, he hadn't chosen to go head-on against Yang Yi, because his entire body was covered in injuries too. Moreover, Yang Ye's strength combined with Elysium was something he couldn't really endure anymore. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't stop and charged at the old man. He was exchanging injury for injury, and he was ready to give up his life to kill the old man. As for the old man, he'd realized Yang Ye's intentions now, so he didn't choose to dodge, because he was very well aware that he would only be putting himself in a passive state by running, and it would render him incapable of fighting back. So, the old man had chosen to fight to the bloody end. More and more blood was flowing from Yang Yi, and his eyes gradually grew blood red. Slaughter intent. The slaughter intent Yang Yi emanated was growing stronger and stronger. It wasn't just his slaughter intent, even his sword intent was growing stronger. Yang Yi hadn't noticed that Elysium was actually starting to turn scarlet red. Yang Yi hadn't sensed the minute changes in Elysium, but the old man had. Yang Yi was growing stronger and stronger. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi and the old man slammed against each other, and the force of their collision blasted them backwards immediately. However, as soon as he was pushed back, Yang Yi ignored the surging energy within him and charged at the old man again, because he was very well aware that if he stopped now, he wouldn't be able to continue fighting. Fight. He could only fight now. Fight to the end. Boom. However, as soon as they collided, they split apart again. At this moment, both of them were extremely weak, and it depended on who could persist longer. The other experts of the weapon path exchanged glances, and there was undisguised shock in their eyes. They were extremely shocked. The strength Yang Yi revealed had far surpassed their expectations. Earlier, they were merely surprised that Yang Yi could fight a sage. Yet now, they were shocked. Yang Yi wasn't just able to fight a sage, he possessed the strength of a sage and may even be able to kill a sage. The battle was still continuing. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi suffered a direct punch to the chest, but his sword stabbed into the old man's chest as well. An instant later, they split apart again. But it only took a moment for Yang Yi to charge at the old man once more. Yang Yi seemed like he refused to stop until one of them died. It felt like no matter what kind of injuries he suffered, he would continue charging forward while he remained alive. Actually, it was a competition of who was the most ruthless. Just like a fight between ordinary people, the ruthless side would always come out on top. At this moment, the old man was quite exhausted. Not just quite, he was tremendously exhausted. Yang Yi had primordial violet energy to keep him sustained, but the old man didn't. Of course, his cultivation was much higher than Yang Yi. So, when compared in this way, Yang Yi's advantage wasn't an advantage anymore. At this moment, the battle was at its true peak. If the experts of the weapon path weren't here to fortify the space around them, the space in a huge area would have been obliterated by now. 2 hours later. Boom. Sponsored content. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. A loud explosion resounded, and then both Yang Yi and the other man were blasted away. They were blasted extremely far away and slammed into the ground. Who won? Everyone here had the same question in their mind. Both Yang Yi and the old man were standing still. Obviously, they were truly exhausted at this point. Yang Yi's eyes were shut tight. At this moment, he felt like his entire body didn't belong to him anymore. Besides that, he sensed something boiling within him. At this moment, his blood was boiling throughout his body. He felt like sleeping, but he couldn't. Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and they were blood red. It was like an ocean of blood was within his eye sockets. Around 3 breaths of time passed before Yang Yi suddenly moved his right hand. He placed it against the ground and started to move. Suddenly, a voice resounded. He's getting up. Yang Yi pushed against the ground and stood up slowly. Meanwhile, the old man was still lying on the ground. While he wasn't dead, he hadn't lost consciousness as well, but he couldn't stand back up. Yang Yi walked slowly in the old man's direction, while everyone here watched from the side. It was quite a long distance, and based on Yang Yi's current state, it was extremely far. However, he was still walking. Meanwhile, the experts of the weapon path didn't interfere. They couldn't either. It was the rules. While it wasn't a written rule, it was an unspoken rule that had to be abided by. If the weapon path broke it, then they would definitely be ridiculed by the other paths. It was about the honor of the weapon path. Yang Yi was getting closer and closer to the old man. At this moment, Yang Yi was in an absolutely sorry state. His left hand couldn't move at all, and the bones within it had been shattered into countless pieces. Moreover, he was even limping slightly. He was truly in quite a terrible state. However, he'd stood up before that sage. Just that was extraordinary. The experts of the weapon path had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Obviously, the weapon path had lost this battle. Even if that sage from the weapon path stood up now, the weapon path had still lost. The weapon path had sent a sage to spar with Yang Yi, and just that was actually no different than bullying Yang Yi. Most importantly, they'd even failed to bully him. At this moment, Yang Yi was less than 300 m away from the sage on the ground. The experts of the weapon path didn't do anything, nor could they do anything. There were rules that really couldn't be broken. At the very least, the weapon path refused to be the first to break it. Han Xian's expression was extremely gloomy. His thoughts were unlike the rest. He was thinking about Yang Yi's mental state after this battle. Before this, sages had been an obstacle in Yang Yi's heart, and it was something he hadn't been able to overcome. Yet now, Yang Yi had overcome it. As far as sword cultivators were concerned, they were most terrifying when there was no obstacle in their hearts. He could already foresee that if Yang Yi survived, it would be impossible for sages to kill him anymore. At the very least, it would be impossible for just 1 or 2 sages to kill Yang Yi. Finally, Yang Yi arrived before the old man. The old man was still lying on the ground, but he was looking at Yang Yi. The old man's bones and meridians had been shattered during the battle with Yang Yi. Now, even an ordinary cultivator could kill him with absolute ease. The old man had truly fought to his limits. Similarly, if he survived this battle, he would gain a huge breakthrough as well. Everyone watched as Yang Yi raised his sword and placed it against the old man's forehead. Right when everyone thought Yang Yi would kill the old man, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at Han Xian. "Old dog Han, how about we do this? Just apologize to me and admit your mistakes, and I'll spare this sage of the weapon path, all right?" Han Xian's face instantly turned extremely unsightly. Chapter 21:13. Accompany him in death. To apologize or not to apologize. Han Xian was facing a choice, a difficult one. Wouldn't he be utterly humiliated if he apologized? But what if he didn't? That sage would be dead. In that way, he would be considered to have stood by idly as one of their own died. Even though the weapon path's lines fought against each other, the weapon path had to stand united against outsiders at a time like this, because Yang Yi was representing the Dao path. So, as far as Han Xian was concerned, the choice Yang Yi gave him was intentionally made to put him in a difficult situation. Yang Yi cracked a smile and slowly pressed his sword forward. In an instant, a drop of blood appeared on the old man's forehead and rolled down his face. Yang Yi smiled. "Han Xian, is it a very difficult decision to make? Or perhaps you think that I dare not kill him?" Han Xiao stared at Yang Yi. "You've really surprised all of us. I'm not interested in wasting my breath on you." Suddenly, Yang Yi shouted furiously, "3 breaths of time. If you don't apologize by then I'll chop off this sage's head. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Yang Yi counted to 3, his hand was about to move, but Han Xiao suddenly said, "Yang Yi, it was I, Han Xian." Hiss. Suddenly, Yang Ye's sword flashed by, and the old man's head flew up into the air. The expressions of everyone here instantly turned ferocious, and Han Xiao seemed like he'd been stuffed full of shit. After he killed the sage, Yang Yi looked up at the sky. "I, Yang Yi, have had too many enemies in my lifetime. So, another weapon path doesn't make a difference. If you don't like it, feel free to come look for me in the Dao path. Anyone can challenge me at any time. However, we won't decide on a victor, we'll decide on who lives." As he spoke, he pointed his sword at Han Xiao. "Old dog Han, are you happy now? Are all of you happy now?" Yang Yi turned around and left. Because of Zhongyi, he didn't really feel any hostility toward the weapon path. Unfortunately, he wasn't facing Zhongyi but Han Xian whom he had enmity with in the past. So, the situation had developed to such an extent. Just like that, Yang Yi walked step by step and vanished from their fields of vision. Right when Yang Yi vanished, a middle-aged man appeared here. He glanced at everyone and smiled. "My little junior brother is too young and doesn't know how to act. I hope you forgive him if he has offended you in any way." "Daoling." Han Xian suddenly grinned. "Amazing. Congratulations, your Dao path has gained another genius." The man called Daoling smiled and said, "Not at all. I heard he was once the seal master of the slaughter line. Oh, thank you for helping my Dao path by pushing him away. Otherwise, if he represented the weapon path to visit my Dao path would have had a huge headache. Fortunately, all of you pushed him away and helped my Dao path. I represent the Dao path and extend my Dao path's gratitude to all of you." Ha ha ha. He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. The experts of the weapon path had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Yi didn't leave the weapon path immediately. He naturally couldn't leave immediately. He was covered in injuries. Who would take responsibility if something happened to him after he left the weapon path now? If he stayed, the weapon path had to guarantee his safety. Because if something happened to him here, the weapon path would definitely be partially responsible at the very least. Yang Yi went to the main peak of the slaughter line and walked slowly towards the hall at the back. As soon as he entered it, he fell flat on the ground. He didn't have any strength left in him. He was truly exhausted. He'd used all his strength in that battle, and not a single inch of his body was whole right now. However, he'd gained a lot in this battle too. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and the primordial violet energy within him was madly repairing his body. As for himself, he was recalling the battle with the old man. The biggest reason why the old man had lost to him was the way he fought. He fought without any regard for his life, and the old man couldn't endure such a way of fighting. But Yang Yi had the Sky Dragon and primordial violet energy, so he could keep up with the consumption of such a battle, but the old man couldn't. However, he'd noticed his own weaknesses too. His combat instinct and control over energy were weaker than the old man, far weaker. The old man's attainments were far superior. If he hadn't fought without any regard for his life and caused the old man's technique to be of not much use, he would have definitely lost. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed that he had a clearer understanding of many things after this battle, especially the sword Dao. While he did cultivate the body, his sword Dao was his core. He'd comprehended a lot in this aspect during the previous battle. Even though he cultivated his body, the sword Dao was his core, and he'd comprehended a lot during the battle. Experts at the Sage Realm could use the energy of the world and even stand above it. Moreover, they could control the energy of numerous elements. But Yang Yi noticed that one's own body was still the foundation. No matter what energy one controlled, one had to use the body as a medium. So, at its core, cultivation was the cultivation of the body, mind, and heart. The brain, body, and heart. Of course, there was the soul too. As for the consciousness and spirit, it was part of the brain too. It was definitely a new discovery for Yang Yi. In short, the battle had allowed Yang Yi to realize how much he was lacking, and he noticed that there was a lot he hadn't understood previously. Time trickled by, and Yang Ye's body was almost fully healed by the primordial pagoda. However, Yang Yi didn't leave. He entered the cultivation room instead. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground like an old monk in meditation. He was making a comprehensive summary of everything he'd comprehended. His intuition told him that if he could organize everything clearly and absorb it, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Sponsored content. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. In the outside world, Han Xian arrived high above in the clouds, and an old man was seated cross-legged not too far away from him. It was the weapon progenitor. Han Xian walked over to the old man and bowed respectfully. The weapon progenitor suddenly said, "You've made things even more complicated." Han Xian remained silent. The weapon progenitor continued, "I know you're unhappy because your disciple was killed in the Tao path, and you wanted to get an eye for an eye. But you must realize who came this time." Han Xian spoke in a low voice. "I didn't expect him to be that strong." The weapon progenitor said, "Yes, no one expected him to be that strong. It was really quite surprising indeed." Han Xian said, "Ancestor, did you summon me here because you've made a decision?" The weapon progenitor nodded slightly. "My weapon path will be truly humiliated if he's able to leave safely this time. Moreover, he's hostile towards my weapon path now. So..." The weapon progenitor frowned abruptly at this point, and he looked up into the distance. "I didn't expect it, an unwelcome guest." Han Xian turned around, and he saw an armless man walk slowly in their direction. Han Xian frowned and was about to speak, but the armless man suddenly gazed at him. "Fuck off." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't seem to have done anything, but Han Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Han Xian's eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief as he stood far away from them. The armless man ignored Han Xian and walked over to the weapon progenitor. He sat before the weapon progenitor and said, "Yang Yes is one of mine." The weapon progenitor spoke indifferently, and the armless man smiled. "The young can fight as they please. If he loses and dies, it was because he lacked strength. But if the older generation schemes against him, yes, I'm talking about you. If you scheme against him," a smile curled up on his face, "if you dare to scheme against him, I'll scheme against your weapon path. I guarantee that besides you, everyone in the weapon path will die. No one will be left." The weapon progenitor grinned. "Do you have the ability to do that?" The armless man chuckled. "You already know the answer." The weapon progenitor's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at the armless man for a long time, and then he grinned. "I didn't expect the Dean of Martial Emperor Academy to be supporting Yang Yi. This makes me quite curious." Doesn't Martial Emperor Academy refrain from interfering in the outside world and its conflicts? What? Aren't you afraid that Martial Emperor Academy will vanish from this world? The armless man spoke indifferently. Vanish? Huh. Do you really think the Martial Emperor is dead? The weapon progenitor frowned slightly. The armless man stood up and said, Weapon progenitor, let me be honest. If I didn't have something else to do, I wouldn't mind playing with your weapon path, or even all four paths. Let me say this one more time. Yang Yi can die, but he can't die at the hands of you progenitors. If any of you act against him, then once he dies and I have nothing else to worry about. A smile curled up on his face, and it was quite terrifying. Even I'm afraid of myself when I go crazy. He turned around and left. However, he stopped after just taking a few steps, and he said, Yes, you're right. I am threatening you. That fellow with the sword is the only reason my hands are tied. And the only reason my hands are staying tied is because Yang Yi is still alive. But if he dies, everything will become meaningless to me. At that time, I'll make this entire large universe accompany him in death. He roared with laughter and vanished into the sky. Chapter 21:14. I want to kill a few people. Once the armless man left, the surroundings fell silent. The weapon progenitor sat there, and no one knew what he was thinking. A short while later, Han Xian walked over and said, Ancestor, was that the Dean of Martial Emperor Academy? The weapon progenitor nodded slightly. The academy was founded by the Martial Emperor, but no one knows why he vanished all those years ago. However, someone else took the position of Dean. The Martial Emperor vanished? Han Xian asked, Who can possibly make a progenitor realm expert vanish without leaving any trace behind? The weapon progenitor said, All four paths investigated it, but we returned empty-handed. Now, it seems like the Martial Emperor is still alive. As for that armless man, the weapon progenitor frowned. Han Xian asked, Who is he? The weapon progenitor shook his head slightly. Once Martial Emperor Academy got a new dean, while all four paths didn't pay him a visit, he remained quite mysterious, and he never showed himself in public. Now, he showed himself for Yang Yi. Yang Yi? Han Xian suddenly asked, Ancestor, are you unable to kill him too? The weapon progenitor gazed at Han Xian and said, We are not invincible. If progenitor realm experts are invincible, the experts of the prehistoric civilization and the god race wouldn't have vanished or fallen into decline. Han Xian lowered his head and remained silent. The weapon progenitor stood up. More and more things are coming into the light. Summon Zhong Yi back. My weapon path needs the leadership of someone who dares to fight. Han Xian lowered his head further when he heard this, and no one knew what he was thinking. The weapon progenitor added, No matter what enmity we have internally, it ends now. Understand? Han Xian nodded slightly. I understand. The old man glanced at Han Xian and closed his eyes slowly. The surroundings fell silent once more. The main peak of the slaughter line. Yang Yi was still cultivating within the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Elder Imo shot a glance up into the sky while he stood outside the hall, and then he shot a glance in Yang Ye's direction and left. Time trickled by. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye within the primordial pagoda. During this time, Snowy and Tianxiu frequently came to the cultivation room and took glances at Yang Yi, and they puckered their lips and left with disappointment every time they saw that he wasn't awake. The two little fellows went to take a look 3 times a day, once in the morning, once at noon, and once at night. There were many times that Snowy was almost unable to stop herself from going over to Yang Ye's shoulder and pinching Yang Ye's lips. She clearly wanted to say, Just stop cultivating and come play with me. Tianxiu was a little more sensible and would drag Snowy away. Time trickled by. Another 6 months passed. One morning, Snowy and Tianxiu were here again. Snowy hopped over to Yang Yi and gazed carefully at his eyes. She blinked when she saw that he didn't open them, and then she shook her head and intended to leave. However, Yang Ye's eyes suddenly opened. Snowy's eyes opened wide when she noticed this. There was a little trace of confusion and age in his eyes. Suddenly, Snowy scratched Yang Ye's face with her claws, and his eyes instantly returned to normal. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy and smiled. Snowy, long time no see. Snowy cracked a smile and rubbed her head against his chin. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, shook his head, and smiled. He'd experienced so much this time. In the beginning, he was merely comprehending what he'd already gained insight into, but as it went on, his comprehension grew deeper, and he comprehended more and more. It was to the extent that this comprehension went on for a year. Of course, he'd gained a lot too. Firstly, he'd advanced from the minor Zen realm to the major Zen realm. This advancement allowed his overall strength to increase tremendously. The gap between the major Zen realm and the sage realm was just a single step. While this step may seem like the distance between the heavens and the earth to others, it was merely just a step to Yang Yi. Presently, he didn't fear sages at all. Or it should be said that he was very confident in his ability to defeat a sage, unlike before. Besides the rise in his cultivation, he'd improved himself as well. The sword Tao. He'd actually been comprehending his own sword Tao earlier. In short, he was thinking about his sword Tao, thinking about its flaws and the strong points of others. He was thinking about all possibilities. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and took both Snowy and Tianxiu with him as he went to the 1st level of the pagoda. Yang Yi moved his hand slightly and a sword appeared in his grasp. Judgment. He gazed at it for a short while, and then he issued a command in his heart and put judgment away. At the same time, he closed his eyes. A long time passed before he suddenly chuckled. Throughout these years, his sword Tao had gone from being simple at first to becoming complicated, and then it returned to simplicity again. Process after process that allowed his sword Tao to advance a level higher. This time, his sword Tao had transformed from simple to complicated again. Before this, his sword was a sword, just a sword. Yet now, he felt that a sword wasn't just a sword. Why were sages powerful? They were able to use the energy of the heavens and the earth. They could use the energy of all things. As for experts below the sage realm, they could only rely on such things. But sages weren't just relying on them, they were truly taking control of them. As for Yang Yi, he chose to rely. Judgment appeared in Yang Ye's grasp again, and then it floated before him. In an instant, it started shaking violently while countless strands of energy instantly converged into judgment. These energies included the 5 elements, the spirit energy of the world, spatial energy, and all the other forms of energy that Yang Yi possessed. Yang Ye's goal was very simple. It was to merge everything he'd learned into the tip of his sword. He planned to merge them forcefully. Simply speaking, he planned to completely merge every single source of strength he could draw upon into the tip of his sword, and that was the complicated he sought. However, a process still had to be completed. Moreover, while it sounded simple, it was quite difficult to put into action. Snowy and Tianxiu stood far away from Yang Yi. Time trickled by, and the sword before Yang Yi was trembling more and more violently. Sponsored content. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. Suddenly, Yang Yi tapped its tip. A sword howl resounded, and then judgment transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Fine. The ray of light was so fine that Yang Yi could only see a dot the size of a needle. It wasn't just fine, it was strong too. That speck of light contained extremely terrifying energy. When it vanished into the sky, the entire world had turned ethereal. Truly ethereal. It represented that even the world around him wasn't really able to endure its strength. However, Yang Yi shook his head. That isn't enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes slowly. While it carried extremely terrifying strength, it hadn't achieved his expectations. As far as he was concerned, it should be able to be stronger. After all, he'd learned so much throughout his life. Especially his physical strength, it wasn't inferior to his sword Tao at all. Yet now, he'd even merged his physical strength into his sword Tao. So, his body had truly become an auxiliary form of support for his sword Tao. So, as far as he was concerned, it should be stronger. It could be stronger. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart and judgment appeared before him again. Yang Yi took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, judgment started trembling again. Suddenly, a small golden pagoda appeared before Yang Yi, and then a ray of terrifying golden light slammed Yang Yi over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the pagoda wanted to attack again, but Snowy suddenly went over to it and hugged it tight. Yang Yi had quite an embarrassed expression on his face as he gazed at the angry little pagoda before him. He'd forgotten that he was within the primordial pagoda, so he couldn't act rashly. The might of that last attack had harmed the world and here a little. In the end, Snowy was able to dissuade the primordial pagoda from pursuing the matter. However, it flew over to Yang Yi and floated above his head. Obviously, it was warning him. Snowy went over to Yang Yi and shrugged. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he rubbed Snowy's head and said, "Thanks." If it wasn't for Snowy, he wouldn't have just been warned. He would have been beaten. Snowy cracked a smile, flew over to Yang Yi's shoulder, and then rubbed her head against his cheek. After that, Yang Yi didn't leave the primordial pagoda. He went to play with Snowy and Tianxiu instead. After all, they'd been waiting an entire year to play with him. 2 days later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. As soon as he left the hall, he met Elderimo. Yang Yi asked, "Has the weapon path taken any action?" He hadn't concealed the fact that he'd stayed in the weapon dimension, so the weapon path knew that he was in the main peak of the slaughter line. Elderimo shook his head slightly. "No." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Elderimo, I don't know when we'll be able to meet next. No matter who you are, thank you for taking care of me and helping me. Farewell." Yang Yi cupped his fist to Elderimo and walked away. Suddenly, Elderimo asked, "Which path are you visiting next?" Yang Yi smiled. "The Buddhist path. I've wanted to go there for a long time." Elderimo said, "They probably won't let you leave." Yang Yi smiled. "The Buddhist path is benevolent. They won't make things difficult for me." Elderimo said, "I'm afraid that won't happen." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "That's fine. I just happen to have achieved a breakthrough, so I feel like killing some people for training." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished into the sky. Chapter 21:15 Let's go deal with some fate. Chapter 21:15 Let's go deal with some fate. At the moment Yang Yi left the weapon dimension, countless people couldn't help but heave sighs of relief. They were naturally aware that Yang Yi hadn't left before this. The weapon path clearly didn't want to continue creating conflict with a genius who could kill sages. Even though the weapon path had more sages and even stronger sages, they couldn't send those sages to fight Yang Yi. They would be going a little too far if they did that. The weapon path and Dao path weren't at the point of fighting to the death. Yet now that Yang Yi had left, the incident had come to an end. Once he left the weapon path, Yang Yi saw the middle-aged man, the guardian of the weapon dimension, at the entrance of the weapon dimension. Yang Yi grinned. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm alive." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky. His next destination was the Buddhist path. Yang Yi didn't go straight for the Buddhist path, and he went to the prehistoric ruins instead. As far as he was concerned, his visits to the 3 paths weren't that urgent. In any case, the Dao path didn't give him a time limit, and what he needed most right now was to improve his strength. Head traveled to the prehistoric ruins to seek guidance about some things. As soon as he entered the ruins, he saw the casket. "Congratulations." The voice came from the casket. "You've attained the major Zen realm, and your strength has arrived at a new height." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "I'm sure my strength is nothing to you." "Not at all." The voice continued. "While we're not weak, we aren't as strong as you think." Yang Yi smiled and said, "I'll be direct. I'm here because I'm here to seek guidance from you about how to utilize the energy of the 5 elements. I wonder if you're willing to teach me." The mysterious expert in the casket possessed absolutely terrifying skill when it came to the utilization of the 5 elements, but his ability in that aspect was quite weak. This weakness caused him to be unable to fully bring forth the strength of his newly created sword technique. The mysterious expert fell silent for quite some time before saying, "Looks like you're truly become enlightened." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The mysterious person replied, "A person's potential is boundless, but energy is limited. When our energy cannot be improved further, we must learn how to rely on all the other types of energy which we can use. As for how to rely on it and how to use it, that's another problem." The mysterious person paused for a moment and continued, "Actually, sprites, sprite kings, and Sprite Lords are the best at utilizing the energy of the world. Sprite Lords. Yang Yi immediately thought of Snowy. Seek guidance from Snowy? Such a thought had only just appeared in his mind when Yang Yi rejected it. Snowy hated cultivating, and she didn't have a clear understanding of her own abilities. At most times, she just used her abilities by instinct. Simply speaking, she would only think about eating when she was hungry, and she didn't know what eating was when she wasn't hungry. So, even if she could use the energy of the world, it was out of instinct, and she would definitely give him a bewildered expression on her face if he asked her how she did it. Meanwhile, the mysterious expert added, "My race especially sought guidance from some Sprite Lords to find out how to control the energy of all things. So, we do have quite a bit of experience when it comes to this." Yang Yi glanced at the casket. "Do you have conditions?" The mysterious expert replied, "I do. However, you can't fulfill them now. If you're willing, you can promise that you'll help me with something in the future." Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" The mysterious expert replied, "It's meaningless to tell you now. In short, if you think it's beyond your ability, you can refuse to help. All right?" Yang Yi smiled. "I don't have a reason to refuse, right?" The mysterious expert replied, "Then it's a deal." Yang Yi nodded. "All right." The mysterious expert said, "All things have a spirit of their own. So, if you want to borrow their strength, you must first learn spirit merging. Spirit merging is merging into them. There's a huge difference between forcefully relying on their energy and them willingly assisting you. It would probably be very difficult for anyone else to achieve spirit merging, but it isn't difficult for you. You have a natural advantage because you have a Sprite Lord. Spirit merging is absolutely simple for you while you have her help." Snowy. Yang Yi asked, "What should I do?" The mysterious expert didn't say anything in response. Meanwhile, the scene before Yang Yi's eyes suddenly changed. A moment later, Head arrived in a gray world. This world had violent winds, rainstorms, lightning, tsunamis, the 5 elements. In short, all sorts of natural forces and energies could be found here. Actually, these forces weren't very terrifying to experts at Yang Yi's level. Of course, his goal was to learn how to use these forces and fuse them into his sword, so that the strength of his attacks could be fully displayed. As the mysterious expert provided him with guidance, Yang Yi had more and more admiration for the people from the prehistoric times. A streamlined system. The prehistoric experts had a standard set of methods for every type of energy. If there were methods available, then learning them was only a matter of time. If it was anyone else, it may take a very long time to fully learn. But Yang Yi didn't take that long. Why? Because he had Snowy by his side. Those various types of energy didn't reject him at all, and it was even to the extent that they took the initiative to get close to him once Snowy appeared by his side. So, Yang Yi could be said to have truly benefited from Snowy's presence. Time trickled by. Under the mysterious expert's guidance and Snowy's help, Yang Yi's ability to use the energy of all things was advancing by leaps and bounds. Yang Yi wasn't the only one who was growing. Snowy had grown tremendously as well. Presently, even a major Zen realm would find her impossible to kill. No, she had the strength to kill a major Zen realm expert on her own. According to the mysterious expert, if Snowy was willing to cultivate, then so long as she cultivated seriously, she was entirely capable of being on par with a sage. Unfortunately, Snowy wasn't willing to cultivate. Yang Yi was the main reason she was cultivating right now. As far as she was concerned, cultivating with Yang Yi was playing with Yang Yi. So, she was willing to cultivate. But she would go mad if she was asked to cultivate on her own. Just like that, a month passed by. Under the guidance of the mysterious expert, Yang Yi had undergone a complete qualitative transformation from inside out. In the gray world, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on a huge rock, and judgment was in front of him. Yang Yi's eyes were closed, and he was in a meditative state. On his shoulder, Snowy had her eyes closed too, and she was imitating Yang Yi. However, she opened her eyes and snuck a peek at Yang Yi from time to time. A long time later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. At the instant he did that, judgment suddenly shook violently, and then a ray of light vanished into the sky. Bang! Something exploded apart. The ethereal world collapsed. Yang Yi opened his eyes in the hall. Meanwhile, the mysterious expert said, "That attack wasn't bad." Yang Yi grinned. "I think it isn't bad too." The mysterious expert said, "It just lacks some things. However, those things aren't things that you can grasp right now. You need to go through a process of growth." Yang Yi smiled. "Thank you for your guidance." The mysterious expert said, "If you don't mind, you can leave that sprite lord here with me. In just a year, she'll undergo a tremendous change. As for staying with you, allow me to be honest, it's a little waste of her talent. Sprite lords shouldn't just be there to be cute." Yang Yi felt speechless. Yang Yi hadn't even said anything when Snowy raised her paws and waved them dismissively at the casket. She refused. Shed refused decisively. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and displayed that she would absolutely not stay. This damnable place wasn't fun at all. Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at the casket. "Snowy, and I appreciate your good intentions, but I'm sure you've noticed that she wants to stay with me." The mysterious expert said, "You're truly extraordinary to be able to make a sprite lord stick with you like this. No one in my race has ever been able to accomplish that." Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. After that, he gazed at the casket. "Senior, how about we do this? I'll frequently bring Snowy back here to cultivate, then you can guide her, and you can guide me." The mysterious expert replied, "All right." Yang Yi was naturally happy that the mysterious expert hadn't refused. He didn't know how strong this prehistoric expert was, but he knew the mysterious expert in the casket was definitely very strong. Since the expert was willing to provide guidance to them, it was a very, very good thing for both Snowy and him. Snowy didn't care at all. She really didn't care about growing stronger because having fun was most important to her. Yang Yi cupped his fist in the direction of the casket. "Thank you, Senior. I have many other things to deal with, so I'll be bidding my farewells now." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms and left. Snowy glanced at the casket, and her eyes were scanning the surroundings. She seemed to be planning something. Meanwhile, Yang Yi patted her on the head and glared at her. As soon as she started doing that, Yang Yi knew what she was planning. Snowy pointed at the casket and blinked. "It's a treasure." That was what she was telling him. Yang Yi patted her on the head. "You can't think about that even if it is a treasure. Understand?" Snowy started waving her claws about to display that it was a great treasure. Yang Yi pinched Snowy. "Let's go take treasures from somewhere else, all right?" Snowy's eyes lit up and seemed to be asking, "Where?" A smile curled up on Yang Yi's lips. "The Buddhist path. I heard those baldies have lots of treasures. Let's go deal with some fate." The Buddhist path. Chapter 21:16 Limitless. Chapter 21:16 Limitless. This time, Yang Yi's destination was the Buddhist path. Yang Yi left the prehistoric ruins and arrived in the boundless expanses of space. The Buddhist path was in the Buddhist dimension, and its entrance was in the demon dimension. The Buddhist dimension was considered a paradise, and it was created to be independent of the large universe. Powerful formations guarded its surroundings, so perhaps only progenitor realm experts were capable of forcing their way through the spatial fort around it. Yang Yi was completely incapable of that. So, Yang Yi went to the demon dimension first. Because he had the map of the large universe and the location of the four paths which the Tao path gave him, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to locate the entrance to the Buddhist dimension. However, he was quite surprised because there was a demon beast guarding it. Even though it hadn't shown itself, Yang Yi could sense its aura. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "I'm here representing the Tao path to pay a visit to the Buddhist path." Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped abruptly because a terrifying aura had enveloped him. At the same time, a huge claw stretched out from the sky and slammed down at him. It was like a descending mountain, and it was absolutely shocking. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while the desire to kill flashed within his eyes. A sword howl suddenly resounded, and then a ray of light shot up into the sky. Boom! The huge claw exploded apart. At the same time, a furious howl resounded from a huge mountain not too far away from Yang Yi. Coldness curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he vanished on the spot. Hiss! The mountain suddenly split into two at the center. Right when Yang Yi was about to charge over to the mountain, a colossus rammed itself at him. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and then the mountains at the side were obliterated. At this moment, Yang Yi had returned to where he had been standing a moment ago, and there was a huge beast in front of him. It was like a hawk, but its head was like a tiger. Its eyes were the size of watermelons and carried a ferocious glow. There was a bloody injury on his chest, and it was simply bottomless. At this moment, blood was seeping out incessantly from there. Yang Yi glanced at it and said, Yang Yi, and in paying a visit to the Buddhist path on behalf of the Tao path. Yang Yi's voice stopped abruptly because the huge beast had charged at him. It just attacked. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, and then Judgment appeared in front of him. A moment later, he grabbed Judgment and flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed from the top of the beast's head, causing it to howl with pain. However, it didn't stop, and it turned around and slapped its claw at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't try to dodge it. He twisted his right foot against the ground and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! It sliced through the beast's claw with absolute ease, and then it didn't slow down at all as Yang Yi instantly arrived above the huge beast. After that, he raised his sword and hacked downwards. If it struck its target, it would definitely open up a bloody gash in the huge beast's head, and the beast was clearly aware of that. So, it immediately shrunk back and dodged Yang Yi's attack. While its head had evaded Yang Yi's attack, its body hadn't been able to do the same. So, the sword hacked the huge beast's shoulder. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed as the beast howled once more with pain. Yang Yi didn't stop. He seemed like a butterfly that was fluttering incessantly all around the huge beast, and as he moved, his figure was accompanied by pillars of blood that sprayed out incessantly from the beast. It wasn't at the Sage realm, but it was at the peak of the major Zen realm, and its defenses could be described as being extremely terrifying. Coupled with its size, while Yang Yi's sword could pierce its defenses and make it bleed a lot, he wasn't able to cause any lethal harm to it. However, Yang Yi was in no rush. He planned to just wear it down, but by bit. In just a short while, a river of blood had formed on the ground. As for the huge beast, it was growing weaker and weaker. If this continued, it would be worn out to death. Around 15 minutes later, its legs were sliced off by a ray of light, and then it crashed to the ground. A sword howl resounded, and then Yang Yi descended before it. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Master Yang, please show mercy. Yang Yi looked over and saw a middle-aged man in a monk's robe walking slowly in his direction. A sage. Yang Yi sized him up and said, Give me a reason. The man pressed his palms together and bowed slightly to Yang Yi. Master Yang Yi, as they say, saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda with 7 levels. It may be a demon beast, but it's still a living being. If you're willing to put down your sword and spare it, it's a huge merit for you. Yang Yi replied, It wanted to kill me first, so killing it is within my rights of self-defense, right? The man said, It's only trying to kill you because its orders are to protect this place. Master Yang, you trespassed here without an invitation from my Buddhist path, and that's why it attacked you. Yang Yi nodded. I see. Looks like it's my fault. Yang Yi put his sword away. The man glanced at Yang Yi and said, They say you're an unreasonable person, but it seems to me that you're very reasonable. Yang Yi smiled. Not at all. Since you're being reasonable with me, I'm naturally being reasonable with you. Right. I'm here representing the Tao path. I wonder if the Buddhist path welcomes this visit of mine. If you don't, I can leave immediately. The man glanced at Yang Yi and said, Since you're here on behalf of the Tao path, how can my Buddhist path not welcome you? Master Yang, please come with me. He turned around and left. Yang Yi glanced at the man and followed him. Roar. Suddenly, the demon beast roared with fury at Yang Yi while it laid there on the ground. Yang Yi gazed at it and said, Why don't you try making another sound? A ferocious glow flashed within its eyes, but its expression changed when it saw a sword appear in Yang Yi's grasp, and the ferocious glow transformed into fear. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Be good. Understand? Yang Yi turned around and left once he finished speaking. Yang Yi followed the man to the Buddhist dimension. The first impression it gave him was a place full of temples. Besides that, there were many people in the Buddhist dimension. However, Yang Yi was surprised to realize that all of them believed in Buddha. Believers. Meanwhile, the man smiled. Everyone in the Buddhist dimension believes in my Buddhist path. Yang Yi nodded. There are so many of them. The man grinned. Master Yang, we're here. Yang Yi stopped. There was a temple before him, and it was called Divine Word Temple. The man smiled. Master Yang, please stay here for now. Yang Yi asked, how long? The man replied, just a day. Many geniuses of my Buddhist path have heard of your arrival, and they've admired you for a long time. So, now that you're here, they would like to seek guidance from you. I hope you'll provide them with guidance when the time comes. Yang Yi glanced at the man and smiled. Of course, I'd like to meet the geniuses of the Buddhist path too. The man pressed his palms together, bowed slightly to Yang Yi, and left. Yang Yi grinned, and then he entered the temple. There was a huge statue in the temple, and it was the statue of the Buddhist path's ancestor. Yang Yi glanced at it, and then he pressed his hands together, bowed slightly, and then sat cross-legged at the side. He planned to try peaceful means before using force. Since the Buddhist path was being courteous to him, he naturally had to do the same. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. Cultivate. Presently, he didn't want to waste even a moment, because had obtained a huge amount of knowledge in the prehistoric ruins, and he hadn't absorbed all of it yet. For example, the control of energy in the world and fortifying his own cultivation. All of it had to be completed one step at a time. Now, he kept making Snowy cultivate with him, because according to the prehistoric expert, Snowy shouldn't be just a cute face, and her natural talent wasn't something that just anyone could compare to. So, if she could cultivate seriously, her future would be limitless. Make Snowy cultivate on her own? That was impossible. But if she was asked to cultivate with Yang Yi, then it still could be discussed. Of course, she would constantly alternate between cultivating and playing. Tian Xiao refused to remain alone while Snowy cultivated, so she made Yang Yi teach her too. However, what happened next utterly puzzled Yang Yi, because Tian Xiao couldn't cultivate. Yang Yi stood before Tian Xiao with her hand in his grasp. A long time passed before he shook his head. Impossible. There's actually no Dantian in you. How is this possible? It's impossible. Normally, everyone had a Dantian, but Tian Xiao really didn't have one. Moreover, Yang Yi noticed that Tian Xiao rejected spirit energy, including his violet energy. As soon as his violet energy tried to enter her body, it would be instantly bounced out of her. In the end, his violet energy couldn't enter her at all. For some unknown reason, it couldn't enter her at all. It was like an invisible barrier was blocking it. Yang Yi frowned. What's going on? She spoke softly. What is it? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. You don't have a Dantian, right? It's something that people usually have. A Dantian? She blinked. Why must I have one? Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. No Dantian. At this moment, Yang Yi thought of something. At many times, not having it meant really not having it. But there was also the possibility that it meant being limitless, without any limits at all. Chapter 21:17. Until death. Was it really limitless? Yang Yi wasn't sure, but he was certain that Tian Xiao was really extraordinary. She was a young girl that even the primordial pagoda feared. Of course, her relationship with the pagoda was very good now, and Snowy had contributed greatly to that end. Tian Xiao was quite depressed when she found out that she couldn't cultivate. Snowy went over to her and started waving her claws. Yang Yi smiled. Snowy is right. While you can't cultivate, both of us will protect you. No one can harm you while we're here. Tian Xiao smiled, and the gloominess on her face vanished. At most times, children were like an empty piece of paper, and how they turned out in the future depended on what the adult wrote on that paper. Under Snowy's influence, Tian Xiao was almost only capable of being cute. 10 days passed in the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi left the pagoda on the 11th day because he had a guest. It was a young monk. The monk walked over to Yang Yi and bowed slightly to him, and then he sat cross-legged before Yang Yi. Master Yang, I'm Ji Yin. I'm here to seek guidance from you. Yang Yi asked, "Are we deciding on life and death, or just the victor?" Jian fell silent for a moment and said, "Your desire to kill is too strong. I'm afraid that isn't a good thing." Yang Yi smiled. "Monk Jian, have you killed anyone?" Jian nodded. "Of course. However, they deserve death, so I don't feel any guilt from it." Yang Yi shrugged and said, "As far as I'm concerned, I only kill those who deserve death, and I don't feel any guilt from killing them. So, is there anything different between us?" Jian glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Master Yang, you really have a sharp tongue. Anyway, do you prefer to decide on life and death, or just the victor?" Yang Yi smiled. "It doesn't matter to me." Jian nodded slightly. "Master Yang, you're a sword cultivator, and I just happen to study the sword too. Let's compete in the sword today, all right?" Yang Yi asked, "You're the sword Buddha?" Jian replied, "I didn't expect you to have heard of my name." Yang Yi replied, "All right, let's not waste time." Jian nodded, and then he raised his palm. A golden bowl appeared in his palm, and then it shook violently before transforming into a ray of light that enveloped the temple. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like the temple was fortified like a fort. Jian stood up slowly. "Master Yang, I've gained some new comprehension in the Sword Dao lately, and I think the Sword Dao is best the simpler it gets. It doesn't need to be that complicated. What do you think?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm the complete opposite. I think that making it complicated is necessary at times." "Oh." Jian glanced at Yang Yi. "That does arouse some anticipation in me." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his finger in Yang Yi's direction. He used his finger as a sword. Sword intent. Yang Yi sensed endless sword intent assault him, and as soon as it arrived before him, it converged together. At this moment, its strength had improved by countless times. Yang Yi didn't dodge it, he just tapped with his finger as well. Jian didn't sense any sword intent or sword energy from Yang Yi, but as soon as Yang Yi's finger tapped against the sword intent, Jian's expression changed drastically. Bang! Jian's sword intent was instantly obliterated, and Yang Yi's finger arrived before Jian's forehead. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly. He twisted his right hand slightly and transformed into a ray of light that moved around 3 back. While it was just a short distance, it just happened to avoid Yang Yi's finger. Jian glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Using a certain point to break the entirety." "Amazing." Yang Yi replied, "There's no need to probe me. Just get serious." Jian nodded. "Let's just compete in the sword and not energy, all right?" A competition of the basics. Yang Yi understood what Jian wanted, and he didn't refuse. He nodded, "Bring it." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian appeared in front of Yang Yi. At this moment, there was a silver sword in Jian's grasp, and it was around 30% longer than an ordinary sword, and it was much thinner too. The sword shot straight for Yang Yi's chest. It didn't carry any fluctuations of profound energy and was just a pure attack. When it arrived a few inches away from Yang Yi's chest, Yang Yi suddenly attacked. He didn't defend himself but stabbed at Jian's chest too. He planned to suffer an injury and inflict one at the same time. Jian was quite surprised by this, because he hadn't expected Yang Yi to do this. Moreover, the moment Yang Yi chose just happened to be when he couldn't pull his sword away and defend himself. So, he couldn't retreat and could only exchange injuries with Yang Yi. Bam! Bam! 2 muffled sounds resounded, and then both of them were pushed far backwards. Both of them were fine. The clothes on Ji Yan's chest had shattered, but the golden skin beneath it was dazzling like solid gold. The gold form of the Buddhist path. Yang Yi said, "I didn't expect you to be cultivating in the body and sword too." Jian said, "Of course, how would I fight you in close quarters if I don't?" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot again. At the same time, a sword arrived before Yang Yi's throat. However, it stopped around half an inch before Yang Yi's throat. It was because Yang Yi's left hand had grabbed the blade of this sword. But just a moment passed before Jian twisted it with his right hand, and it escaped Yang Yi's grasp and shot at Yang Yi's throat. Hiss! The sound of air being sliced open resounded. Jian's expression changed slightly. He turned around and swung his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them moved backward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chose to seize the initiative and attack. What was the most important thing in a battle? Many would say it was technique or strength. But as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was being ruthless. If one was ruthless enough, one's aura would crush the opponent. Yang Yi wasn't even doing it on purpose. He was ruthless to the bone. His experiences when he was young told him that good people are bullied, and while one could remain kind, one couldn't be too kind. Many people in society didn't dare to bully bad people, but they dared to bully good people. Why? Because good people were easy to bully. So, he'd learned that a person couldn't stand up straight in society without being ruthless. Yang Yi appeared in front of Ji Yin. He stabbed repeatedly at Ji Yin like a madman, and every attack targeted a weak point on Ji Yin's body. As for Yang Yi himself, he abandoned his defenses. Under such circumstances, Ji Yin didn't dare to defend himself and entered into an intense battle at close quarters with Yang Yi. Even though both of their defenses were extremely formidable, their swords were even stronger, and it could pierce through the other's defenses. Blood sprayed all over. As time went by, the battle, which had been equally matched in the beginning, was gradually transforming into a battle where Yang Yi was suppressing Ji Yin. Yang Yi was like a wild beast that grew stronger as the battle progressed. Around an hour later, boom, a loud explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted away. The figure flew all the way and slammed against the wall. Bam! At this moment, the entire temple trembled. It was Ji Yan's figure that had slammed against the wall. However, he stood up as soon as he fell to the ground. But at this moment, Yang Yi was in front of him, and Yang Ye's knee slammed against Ji Yan's chest. Bang! Ji Yan slammed against the wall again. But Yang Yi didn't give him another chance. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and relied on the counterforce to slam himself against Ji Yan. Boom! Ji Yan slammed against the wall once more. Because of the golden bowl from before, the temple remained completely unharmed, even if they were extremely strong. However, the battle was still going on. Now, Yang Yi wasn't just using his sword, he was using his fist and entire body as well. So long as it was a battle in close quarters, his entire body was a weapon. A long time passed. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then the temple fell silent. Yang Yi was standing, and Ji Yin was lying on the ground. Yang Yi didn't kill Ji Yin, so he was still alive. However, Yang Yi had damaged Ji Yan's entire body. Yang Yi glanced at Ji Yan's bloody figure and walked out of the temple. There was a middle-aged monk outside the temple, and it was the same monk who'd led Yang Yi here a day ago. The middle-aged man pressed his palms together and bowed slightly to Yang Yi. "Thank you for showing mercy." He couldn't stop Yang Yi from killing in a fair fight. It was a rule between the four paths. Yang Yi nodded slightly. "So, can I leave?" The middle-aged monk replied, "I'm afraid you can't." Yang Yi smiled. "Are you sure that you want me to stay?" The monk replied, "Master Yang, there's some enmity between you and my Buddhist path. It has to be resolved before you leave. Don't you think so too?" Yang Yi replied, "Indeed. So, how does the Buddhist path intend to deal with it?" The monk fell silent for a short while and replied, "I heard you killed a sage in the weapon dimension. A sage of my Buddhist path refuses to believe that, so he wishes to see it for himself. I wonder if you're willing?" A sage. The Buddhist path wanted him to face a sage too. Using a sage represented that they didn't just want to spar, they wanted to kill him. They wanted his life. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled when he realized this. Sure enough, his trip to the Buddhist path wasn't that smooth. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the monk. "Of course I'm willing. However, I'm only accepting a fight where life and death is decided. It won't end until one of us dies. Until one of them dies." Chapter 21:18 Vanished Spirit Energy. Until death. Yang Ye's thoughts were very simple. Since they wanted to kill him, he naturally planned to kill them. The monk gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. "As you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, a robust monk appeared near Yang Yi. He had quite a ferocious look on his face, and he seemed extremely fierce. The robust monk was a sage. As soon as the robust monk appeared here, the middle-aged man stepped aside. At the same time, the scene here suddenly changed. At this moment, Yang Yi and the robust monk were in a battlefield within a pocket of space. While he'd killed a sage before this, and his strength wasn't the same anymore, he still didn't act carelessly. The Buddhist path had sent a sage to fight him while knowing that he'd killed a sage, so they were clearly confident. There was a gap in strength between sages too. In the battlefield, the robust monk glanced at Yang Yi, and then he slammed a punch forward without saying a single word. Boom! In an instant, the battlefield shook violently. At the moment the robust monk attacks, Yang Yi felt a wave of terrifying force assault him, and it made him feel like the sky was collapsing. Even his soul shuddered before its pressure. The robust monk hadn't held back at all, and he clearly planned to kill Yang Yi with overwhelming force. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly, and then a sword floated before him. A sword howl resounded, and then the battlefield suddenly collapsed. The terrifying pressure emanated by the sage collapsed along with the battlefield as well. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. 10 breaths of time later, Yang Yi and the robust sage appeared before the temple once more. Both their faces were extremely calm, and it was impossible to see anything unusual from them. Suddenly, the middle-aged monk appeared at the side. The middle-aged monk gazed at the robust monk, and the latter shook his head slightly. "I can't kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky. He couldn't kill Yang Yi. So, he left without the slightest hesitation. At the moment he exchanged blows with Yang Yi, the robust sage could sense Yang Yi's strength. Ordinary sages couldn't kill Yang Yi at all, especially that attack Yang Yi launched at him. It was entirely capable of killing sages. Moreover, it seemed like Yang Yi wasn't forcefully using a secret technique to obtain such strength. In other words, it was part of Yang Yi's true strength. Even though he'd successfully defended himself against that attack, he wasn't confident in resisting a second or a third. So, he'd decisively chosen to leave. Yang Yi was quite surprised by this. He hadn't expected the robust sage to leave in such a decisive manner, and he was even planning on trying the sword technique he'd just created. "Master Yang, you're truly amazing." Meanwhile, the middle-aged monk said, "Looks like my Buddhist path can't keep you here. Please feel free to leave." Yang Yi asked, "Are you not going to send another sage?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "That does not conform with the rules." Yang Yi smiled. "The Buddhist path takes rules strictly?" The middle-aged monk replied, "Some rules must be observed. Otherwise, the entire large universe will fall into chaos." He paused for a moment and continued, "I notice that you're not an absolutely evil person, so allow me to say a little more. Killing too much will result in karma coming for you. It may not come now or in your current lifetime, but it will definitely arrive in your next life. Goodness and evil are always repaid. I hope you understand." Yang Yi smiled. "Let's not talk about such nonsense. I have a question for you. I heard that monkey from the demon race came to the Buddhist dimension. Do you know where he is now?" He naturally hadn't forgotten about the monkey. The middle-aged monk couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi upon hearing this. As expected, "You know that monkey?" Yang Yi smiled. "It's not illegal, right?" The middle-aged monk replied, "Of course. However, allow me to say a little bit about that. That monkey killed many disciples of my Buddhist path, so my Buddhist path is determined to eliminate him. No one can stop us." Yang Yi smiled. "That's your business." He turned around and left. He'd obtained the information he wanted. Since the middle-aged monk had said that, it represented that the monkey was still alive. The middle-aged monk didn't stop Yang Yi and just let Yang Yi leave. Once Yang Yi left the Buddhist dimension, he knew that he only had the Confucianist path left. He was about to head there when the space in front of him suddenly trembled, and then Yang Lianshuang's voice came from there. "There's a problem in the human dimension." "The human dimension?" Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, she continued, "We need to move away. Come to the human dimension." Yang Yi didn't hesitate to vanish on the spot. A day later, Yang Yi arrived in the human dimension, and he couldn't help but frown when he arrived here. The spirit energy here was scarce. The spirit energy in the human dimension was extremely scarce, like it was a dimension on the verge of destruction. "What's going on?" Yang Yi frowned. He glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for him to be reunited with Yang Lianshuang and the others. Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. The god race took action. The god race? Yang Yi asked. The god race attacked the human race? She shook her head. No, they didn't send any forces to attack the human dimension, and they just used this method of attack instead. Yang Yi asked, Spirit energy? She nodded. I'm sure you've noticed that the spirit energy here is vanishing rapidly. The sages of the human race have started investigating, and they think you helped the god race do this. What? Yang Yi was astounded. Me? Are they kidding? Yang Lianshuang explained. To be more precise, they think it was Snowy. They say your sprite lord is helping the god race. Just think about it. Besides Snowy, ordinary people are utterly incapable of taking away the spirit energy of an entire world. Yang Yi said, it wasn't Snowy. While Snowy could do that, or it should be said that she should be able to do that, he would never let her. Because taking away the spirit energy of a world would be no different than annihilating the living beings of an entire world, and they would become the public enemy of that entire world. At that time, the experts of the entire human dimension would pursue him and Snowy. Moreover, Snowy was kind-hearted, and she wouldn't do something so horrible. Yang Lianshuang asked, Did you really not do this? Yang Yi glanced at her with a displeased look. Why would I lie to you? She shook her head. Even if I believe you, the human race won't. Now, they all think you and Snowy are helping the god race do this, and you've become the enemy of the entire human race. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. It's quite a mountain of blame to shoulder. Yang Lianshuang said, Come with me. At this moment, Yang Yi was in a boundless mountain range, and the spirit energy here had become scarce too. It would take just a few months for all the spirit energy here to vanish. Moreover, according to Yang Ye's estimations, besides the paradises and hallowed grounds of the human race, the spirit energy in the entire human dimension would probably vanish in a month from now. It was quite a serious situation. Yang Yi followed Yang Lianshuang to an ancient city, and he met Su Qingshi and the others here. He was about to catch up with them when Yang Lianshuang dragged him into a hall. Only Su Qingshi and Yang Lianshuang were here. Yang Lianshuang said, I didn't interrupt your reunion on purpose. This incident is quite serious, and we don't have time. Yang Yi asked, What do you plan to do? Move. She continued, No matter what, we can't stay in the human dimension. The human dimension hasn't fallen into chaos yet, but it'll take 2 weeks at most. If the issue isn't resolved by then, the human dimension will fall into absolute chaos. We must leave before that happens. Otherwise, if we're swept into it, it won't be beneficial to us at all. Conversely, we may face annihilation. Yang Yi thought for a long time and said, Where will you go? She shook her head slightly. I don't have a good idea yet. So, I called you here to discuss the matter. Where do you think is suitable? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. The Tao Path. Yang Yi had only said this much when she shook her head. No. Yang Yi was puzzled by this. Why? She explained. As far as I'm concerned, your relationship with the Tao Path isn't reliable at all. If something happens, not only will we gain no protection from them, we may even fall into their control instead. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. What she said made sense. Even he didn't think his relationship with the Tao Path was reliable. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I can't think of anywhere else. Because of the god race, I'm afraid there isn't a place in the large universe that will be peaceful. Yang Lianshuang replied, Indeed. So, we have a problem. The human race will definitely stop at nothing to find you. As far as they are concerned, finding you is equivalent to finding your sprite lord, and she's the only way for them to restore the spirit energy in the human dimension. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Snowy and I really have no choice but to take the blame for this? What do you think? She continued. Who else can you think of? Of course, they know that it was the god race. But the problem is that if the god race doesn't show itself, they can't be found at all. Moreover, the human race doesn't dare to go head-on against the god race with the strength they possess. As far as they're concerned, the best course of action is to find you and Snowy. Yang Yi frowned. He was about to speak when the space in front of Yang Lianshuang trembled. A short while passed before she looked up at Yang Yi. The spirit energy in the sky dimension is vanishing as well. Now, The entire sky race and human race has started to hunt you and Snowy like madmen. Both of you are in huge trouble. Chapter 21:19 We Won't Back Down. Chapter 21:19 We Won't Back Down. Meanwhile, Snowy emerged from Yang Ye's chest. She glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Yi. Presently, she understood much more. While she still didn't understand what Yang Yi and Yang Lianshuang were talking about, she knew that there seemed to be trouble. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. "I'll be fine." Snowy nodded, and then she laid quietly in Yang Ye's arms. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang and smiled. "Looks like I have no choice but to take the blame for this." Yang Lianshuang nodded. "Actually, regardless of whether you really did it, they still will come for you." Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She rubbed Snowy's head and continued, "Because of her. The spirit energy in the human dimension and sky dimension is vanishing rapidly. Just think about it. Who do they need to resolve this issue?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Snowy?" Yang Lianshuang nodded. "Indeed. So long as they find Snowy, it doesn't matter how the god race takes their spirit energy because Snowy can restore it all. So, as far as they're concerned, they must find Snowy. Once they find Snowy, all their problems will be resolved." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. He was about to say something when Yang Lianshuang's expression changed, and she said, "Leave?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. "The human race and sky race are aware that you're in the human dimension." Yang Yi asked, "How could they possibly know?" She replied, "You just left the Buddhist path. So they probably got their information from the Buddhist path. Stop talking and go." Yang Yi said, "What about all of you?" She replied, "Don't worry about us. We'll be in the most danger while you remain here. Once you leave, their attention will be focused on you. So, while it's a bit cruel to say that, it's the truth." Yang Yi laughed bitterly, because had planned to spend some time with Su Qingshi and the others. "Leave." Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. "You won't be able to leave if they catch you here. You should rush to the Tao path as soon as possible because you'll only be safe there." Yang Yi nodded. "All of you be careful too. Let me know if anything happens." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Snowy in his arms and left. He wasn't a hesitant person, and he knew what the current situation was like. This time, Yang Yi didn't leave openly. He used the sword domain to conceal his aura completely, and he didn't use his sword as well. He would be painting a huge target on his back if he used his sword to fly. In next to no time, Yang Yi left the human dimension, and right when he was about to head to the Tao path, a few powerful auras swept over from behind him. "Have I been found?" Yang Yi frowned. Impossible. Was someone lying in ambush at the dimension's exit? Yang Yi didn't have the time to think. His figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. An instant after Yang Yi vanished, countless powerful auras charged up into the sky. It belonged to at least a dozen sages. News that Yang Yi had been sighted in the human dimension instantly swept through the large universe like a storm, and practically all the experts of the human race and sky race chased after him. The spirit energy in the two dimensions was the foundation of those two races. If their spirit energy really vanished, the consequences would definitely not be something the two races could endure. Once the spirit energy vanished, their races may vanish from the history of the large universe. So, they urgently wanted to find a sprite lord, and Yang Yi just happened to have one. This time, Yang Yi knew that the situation was serious. So, he didn't choose to fight them, nor could he fight them. After all, there were at least 15 sages behind him, and more were arriving incessantly. Flee. As far as he was concerned, he had to flee to the Tao path as soon as possible. As for the Confucianist path, he could forget about it for now. Yang Yi shot through the boundless starry sky on his sword. Presently, Head raised his speed to its limits, and it could be said that even a sage couldn't catch up to him in a short while. Suddenly, a ray of light shot towards Yang Yi like a shooting star. Another sage. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't afford to let that sage stop him. If he stopped now, he would definitely get surrounded. So, Yang Yi immediately issued a command, and judgment appeared before him. An instant later, it shook violently, and then it transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. In an instant, the entire world around him turned ethereal. It was absolutely powerful. When Yang Ye's sword energy and the ray of light slammed against each other, two types of powerful energy instantly swept towards the surroundings, causing space in a huge area to be obliterated. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure didn't slow down at all, nor did he continue fighting. He just transformed into a ray of light that vanished from the black hole. At the same instant that Yang Yi vanished, almost 20 sages appeared in the black hole here. They were led by the Sovereign of Man and Sovereign of Sky, and both of them had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. The Sovereign of Man spoke solemnly. I didn't expect his strength to have grown to such an extent. The Sovereign of Sky said, if this continues, he'll probably grow even stronger. The Sovereign of Man gazed at the Sovereign of Sky. That's not what we should be worrying about right now. The Sprite Lord is with him, and we must get it and make it restore our spirit energy. Otherwise, the God race won't even have to attack us before we fall into chaos on our own. The Sovereign of Sky fell silent for a short while and said, are we still unable to locate the God race? The Sovereign of Man shook his head. It's like they vanished from the large universe. If I'm not wrong, they should have been planning all of this for a very long time, and they've made sufficient preparations for many things. Now that the four paths refused to interfere, all of our races, he didn't continue speaking. The Sovereign of Sky said, the four paths are probably not interfering because they're afraid of something, and the God race won't go after them either. Our races and all of the other races are probably doomed. The Sovereign of Man said, if all the races truly come together, then dealing with a God race that has suffered decline is not a huge problem. However, I'm afraid that the God race will crush us one by one. Both of us understand this, and the other races understand it too. All we lack is someone to take the lead. He looked up at the sky and continued, the four paths can't be relied on. We can only rely on ourselves. The Sovereign of Sky asked, do you have any ideas? The Sovereign of Man replied, I have a plan, but let's discuss that later. Let's talk about the issue in front of us. He has fled to the Tao Path, and the Tao Path has acknowledged his identity, so I'm afraid. The Sovereign of Sky fell silent for a short while, and then he said, that's easy to resolve. Can't we just make the Tao Path hand over Yang Yi and that Sprite Lord? The Sovereign of Man asked, will they? The Sovereign of Sky replied, yes. So long as all the races join forces, then the Tao Path definitely will. We can't just stay quiet at a time like this, because we're at the moment of life and death. If we don't stand up for ourselves now, we probably won't have another chance. So, summon all the races to the Tao Path. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sovereign of Sky vanished into the distance. Everyone vanished with him. Around 2 hours later, all the patriarchs of the races had gathered in the human dimension. In a grand hall, the Sovereign of Man stepped forward. Everyone, the God race has acted against my human race and the Sky race, but I can guarantee that all of you'll be their next target. I think all of you have realized that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here immediately. So, I'll get straight to the point. All of our races must truly unite as one. I'm talking about truly forming a united front against others. An alliance where all of us support anyone in need. He glanced at the others here. I know that all the races here have enmity with each other, but I'm sure you realize what kind of situation we're in. You should be aware that if we don't join forces now, then wouldn't all of that enmity be meaningless if we're going to be annihilated? So, we must put aside all the enmity between us and form a united front. We can't rely on the four paths, and we can only rely on ourselves. Do any of you have an objection? The hall remained silent. A short while passed before an old man stepped forward. Sovereign of Man, we naturally understand what you mean. However, I think that we still lack something. For example, if some races risk their lives in battle while others scheming against them from behind, what would we do about that? I'm not trying to cause trouble, but it must be brought up and figured out. Otherwise, just a small incident may cause the destruction of our entire alliance. The Sovereign of Man glanced at the old man. Elder Ning, you're absolutely right. We must have rules, and we need a leader. Well, choose our leader together. and all our races must do all we can to obey that person's orders. Of course, we'll have a council of elders too, and the council's members will be the patriarchs of all the races. If the council of elders is dissatisfied with the leader, they can force him to vacate his position. What do all of you think? They exchanged glances, and they had no objections in the end. The sovereign of man grinned, then, let's select the leader. The game had begun. 2 hours later, the outcome had been decided. It was the sovereign of sky who became the leader. Because based on the current circumstances, the sky race could be considered as the strongest amongst all the races. The strong were respected, so it was within expectations that the sovereign of sky would be selected. The sovereign of sky stepped forward, glanced at the surroundings, and said, "They'll just get straight to the point. Let's go to the Tao path now. We want back down unless the Tao path hands over Yang Yi. We want back down." Their voices resounded like a thunderclap. Chapter 21:20 Let's all suffer together. Chapter 21:20 Let's all suffer together. All the races were truly united as one after this meeting. While they'd formed an alliance before this, but that alliance could actually be considered as only existing in name. All of them were still holding onto a shred of hope that the God race wouldn't come looking for trouble with them. Yet now, the God race's actions allowed them to realize that the God race wouldn't stop. It was just the sky race and human race now, but they were definitely down the line. So, a storm was really brewing in the large universe now. Their meeting confirmed the alliance of all, and the sovereign of sky was its leader. However, it wasn't a permanent position, and it was only for 10 years. Someone else would take over then. The alliance of all shocked the entire large universe. The first thing the newly formed alliance did was gather around 50 sages and travel to the Tao Path's entrance. 50 sages. While it wasn't their full strength, it was quite a terrifying number of sages, because even the Tao Path only had a few dozen sages at most. At the entrance to the Tao Path, a middle-aged man in Taoist robes walked out from there. He was the middle-aged man who'd led Yang Yi into the Tao Path that day, and he was ranked the 8th among the 9 disciples of the Tao Path. His name was Dao Ling. Dao Ling glanced at the sages before him and said, "Are all of you here for a reason?" Even though there were over 50 sages here, even 100 couldn't shake the Tao Path. The Tao Path had a progenitor realm expert. That was why the 4 paths stood above the other races. The sovereign of sky stepped forward, glanced at Dao Ling and said, "I'll be frank. We're here for Yang Yi. We hope you'll hand him over. He's linked to the safety of all our races." Sovereign of sky, are you kidding? Dao Ling chuckled. How can he be related to the safety of all the races? Or has my junior brother attained the progenitor realm? The sovereign of sky looked Dao Ling in the eyes. I'm sure the Tao Path is aware of what happened in my sky dimension and the human dimension. All of it was done by Yang Yi and that sprite lord of his. Dao Ling suddenly asked, "Wasn't it the God race?" The sovereign of sky chuckled. Everyone knows that Yang Yi is colluding with the God race. If the God race didn't use that sprite lord of his, how could they have made the spirit energy in our dimensions vanish that quickly? My entire sky race believes in the Tao Path. So is the Tao Path really going to stand by idly and do nothing? Or perhaps just Yang Yi alone is more important than my entire sky race? Dao Ling looked the sovereign of sky in the eyes. Yang Yi is a disciple of my Tao Path. The sovereign of sky refused to back down and looked Dao Ling in the eyes. So, Yang Yi really is more important than my entire sky race? Dao Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally couldn't answer that question. The entire sky race believed in the Tao Path, and that belief brought a very, very large amount of benefits to the Tao Path. If they lost it, it would be a huge blow to the Tao Path. A moment of silence ensued before Dao Ling said, "We've investigated. It has nothing to do with Yang Yi. When the spirit energy in your dimensions vanished, Yang Yi was at the Buddhist path on behalf of my Tao Path. So, the sovereign of sky suddenly shook his head. I'm sure the Tao Path is aware that Yang Yi is colluding with the God race, right?" Dao Ling replied, "That's his own business, and it has nothing to do with us." The sovereign of sky smiled. "See, this is the Tao Path's attitude towards all of this." He glanced at everyone and continued, "From this moment onward, my sky race will destroy all the statues of the Tao Path, and no one in my sky dimension can believe in the Tao Path. Death to all who disobey. Sovereign of Sky. Suddenly, Dao Ling walked over to the Sovereign of Sky and said, "Are you threatening my Dao path? Are you?" Yes. The Sovereign of Sky didn't back down at all and met Dao Ling's gaze. What? Does the Dao path want to annihilate me, or my entire sky race? Dao Ling was about to speak when the Sovereign of Man suddenly said, "From this moment onward, my human race will be destroying all the statues of the Dao path within our territory. No one is allowed to believe in the Dao path, or their entire family will be annihilated." Once the Sovereign of Man stepped forward, all the other races stepped forward and made their stand clear. No race could fight the Dao path on its own. However, if all the races truly joined forces, they had no need to fear the Dao path, because their joint forces were something that could take the Dao path down with them. Moreover, once they possessed the strength to accomplish that, the Dao path wouldn't dare to rashly attack them. After all, besides their alliance, there was the Confucianist path, Buddhist path, and weapon path. So, they were using that and the fact that they had no other choice now. Otherwise, they wouldn't rashly threaten the Dao path. But they really had no other choice. Since they were doomed, they were prepared to take everyone else down with them. The atmosphere here became tense. This issue had to be resolved. Dao Ling fell silent for a long time before he entered the Dao dimension. The Sovereign of Man asked the Sovereign of Sky, "Will the Dao path give in?" The Sovereign of Sky closed his eyes. "Everyone, do you think we have another choice?" All of them fell silent. The Sovereign of Sky said, "We have no other choice. So, it's best to be prepared for the worst. Of course, some of you may think that it's just the sky race and the human race's business, but I'm sure that once our races are annihilated, all of you will become their next target. The God race is clearly out for revenge, and none of us will be able to escape their vengeance." Meanwhile, an old man said, "Why aren't the four paths helping us with the God race? If they're willing to help, the God race will definitely be destroyed." The Sovereign of Sky shook his head. He wanted to know the answer to that as well. Why did the four paths refuse to step forward and deal with the God race? The four paths stood to gain nothing from their annihilation. Unfortunately, the four paths didn't give them an answer. The atmosphere here was quite heavy. The Dao path. They were facing the Dao path, an organization that transcended this world. If they were being honest, they didn't want to shed all pretenses with the Dao path, but they had no other choice now. If they retreated, it may be annihilation that awaited them. So, when they thought up to this point, their uncertainty gradually vanished. The Dao path. At this moment, this incident was a problem for the Dao path. All the races clearly intended to see this through to the end. Even if the Dao path didn't fear them, fighting them would only benefit the other three paths. Moreover, even if the Dao path won, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. While they had a progenitor on their side, their enemy had the numbers. Moreover, the Dao path needed all the races to maintain Dao temples in their territory to gather faith energy. Entering into conflict with the other races was of no benefit to the Dao path. But were they really going to hand over Yang Yi? Yang Yi was a successor the Dao progenitor had found himself, so the Dao path didn't have the right to hand Yang Yi over to them. So, they had a problem. Yang Yi walked into a hall. There were 3 people in the hall, and one of them was Dao Ling. Besides that, there was an old man and a middle-aged man here. Dao Ling said, "These are senior brothers Dao Qing and Dao Yi." Yang Yi gazed at the old man and middle-aged man, and then he nodded slightly to them. Senior brothers, Dao Qing and Dao Yi exchanged glances, and then Dao Qing said, "Master isn't in this universe, so I make all the decisions in the Dao path now. I presume you know what happened outside. So, I want to know if you really didn't make your Sprite Lord take away the spirit energy in the human dimension and sky dimension." Yang Yi shook his head. "I presume senior brother Dao Ling knows where I've been?" Dao Ling nodded. "It has nothing to do with him." Dao Qing asked, "Is the Sprite Lord with you?" Yang Yi nodded. "Yes, always." Dao Qing frowned. "Since it's with you, then how could the God race take their spirit energy without anyone noticing? Do they have another Sprite Lord?" Yang Yi said, "I don't know. However, Snowy really didn't do it." Dao Qing fell silent for a short while and said, "Then are you willing to make your Sprite Lord help them restore their spirit energy?" Yang Yi answered absolutely decisively no. Dao Qing asked, "Why?" Yang Yi smiled. Senior brother, do you think they'll be grateful after I help them recover their spirit energy? No, they won't be grateful. They'll even try to kill me. Moreover, if the god race really is behind this, then wouldn't I be offending the god race by helping them? Allow me to be honest. If the god race wanted to look for trouble with me, would the human race and sky race help me? I don't think so, right? Dao Qing fell silent. Yang Yi continued, Senior brother, this has nothing to do with me, but they came for me. Why? Because they dare not seek out the god race, so they came for me instead. To be honest, I'm extremely displeased. Instead of looking for the culprit, they're coming for me instead. They're clearly doing this because they think I'm easy to bully. Dao Qing shook his head slightly. They're on the verge of losing their minds. Because losing their spirit energy can lead to the annihilation of their entire race. Yang Yi asked, Senior brother, what are you thinking? Are you planning on giving me to them? He decided to be frank. Dao Qing asked, what do you think? Yang Yi smiled, I don't know. However, I do know the situation that the Dao Path is facing right now. So, I plan to leave. They won't come looking for trouble with the Dao Path once I'm gone. Leave the Dao Path? Dao Qing frowned. Where will you go? Yang Yi smiled. How can I just let them pursue me? Didn't they say that Snowy took their spirit energy? All right, they'll take it for real. They'll take all the spirit energy from all their dimensions. It's best if I can take the spirit energy from this entire universe. Let's all suffer together. Let's see who's afraid of who. Yang Yi turned around and left. Chapter 21:21 Who will help if I die? Chapter 21:21 Who will help if I die? Yang Yi turned around and left, and no one stopped him. At this moment, Dao Qing and the others remained silent. If they refused to let him leave, then the Dao Path would have to protect him. But if they wanted to protect him, it would be no different than becoming enemies with the other races. The Dao Path didn't want to be dragged into any conflicts at a time like this, and it didn't want to become enemies with all the races either. It wasn't worth it to become enemies with them for Yang Yi. But if the Dao Path gave Yang Yi to them, it would definitely have an adverse impact on the Dao Path. So, as far as the Dao Path was concerned, Yang Yi's departure was the best outcome. So long as Yang Yi left, the other races would naturally not seek out the Dao Path, and all the Dao Path's problems would be solved. He probably holds resentment. Meanwhile, Dao Yi spoke abruptly. Dao Qing shook his head slightly. He should understand the difficulty we're facing. If the Dao Path enters into conflict with them now, it'll only benefit the other three paths. Moreover, there's the God race too. As for him, let's just help him as best we can. As he spoke, he gazed at Dao Ling. Dao Ling said, Help? Senior brother, just surviving a single day will be a problem for him once he goes outside. Dao Qing fell silent for a moment and said, It's up to his own luck then. Their relationship as disciples of the same master? Actually, there was no such thing between them and Yang Yi. Yang Yi was their younger junior brotherhood just suddenly joined the Dao Path, so they didn't really feel anything for him. As for the reason, it was simple. It was because everyone in the Dao Path felt that Yang Yi was different from them. Someone different from them had suddenly joined the Dao Path. So, the Dao Path's members mostly felt curiosity towards him. They were curious about why their ancestor had suddenly taken a new disciple. In short, as far as the Dao Path was concerned, Yang Yi's departure was the best way to deal with their problem. After he left the hall, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he chuckled. He was just about to leave when Dao Ling appeared before him. Dao Ling asked, Do you feel resentment? Yang Yi shook his head, No, because I never placed any hope on the Dao Path, and I never place any hope on others. Moreover, the Dao Path has no responsibility to do anything for me. Dao Ling glanced at Yang Yi and said, This incident is a little serious, and the God race was too ruthless. They forced all the races into a corner, so all of them are like mad dogs now. They'll bite anyone they see. But the Dao Path can't allow itself to be swept into such conflicts. At the very least, not right now. Because Master isn't in the large universe, so the slightest mistake may bring danger to the Dao Path. Yang Yi smiled, I understand. Dao Ling nodded. Let me send you off. Do you have somewhere in mind? Yang Yi shook his head, No. Do you have any suggestions? Dao Ling fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "Do you know where the god race is?" Yang Yi smiled. "You want me to go look for the god race?" Dao Ling nodded. "Presently, only the god race can keep you alive. If you go to them, the other races will be helpless against you." Yang Yi smiled. "The god race doesn't owe me anything, so why should they protect me? Forget that. Farewell." He turned around and vanished into the sky. Once Yang Yi left, Dao Qing appeared by Dao Ling's side. "Will he go to the god race?" "It's very likely." Dao Ling continued. "Why?" "Senior brother, do you want him to go to the god race?" Dao Qing shook his head slightly. "I don't wish for him to join the god race. He has already joined them. While it hasn't made its stand clear to the four paths, they will definitely be coming for the four paths once they're done with all the other races." Dao Ling asked, "Then why aren't we doing anything?" Dao Qing replied, "Because we have an even more terrifying enemy." Huh. Dao Ling gazed at Dao Qing, and the latter didn't reveal more. The news of Yang Yi's departure from the Dao path didn't take long to spread. Yang Yi wasn't in the Dao path. That represented that the Dao path had stopped protecting Yang Yi. So many who had enmity with Yang Yi started to become restless, especially the alliance of all. As far as they were concerned, this was the best opportunity to openly kill Yang Yi. At the entrance of the Dao path, Yang Yi has left the Dao path. That was the answer the Dao path gave the alliance of all. The sovereign of sky glanced at the entrance to the Dao path and said, "From this moment onward, use every resource available to your races to search for Yang Yi." While Yang Yi is just at the major Zen realm, his strength cannot be underestimated. He has the strength to kill sages. So, for safety's sake, if you do locate Yang Yi, do not act rashly without at least 3 sages. The sovereign of man suddenly asked, "Will he go to the god race?" The sovereign of sky slowly clenched his fists. "We must find him before he does that." Once the sovereign of sky gave the order, Yang Yi's name spread throughout the large dimension. He was wanted by all the races. He was wanted by the alliance of all. No one had ever received such treatment in history. It could be said that Yang Yi's accomplishments were unprecedented. It was also why everyone knew Yang Yi's name now. On the peak of a mountain, Yang Yi stood at the edge, and a sword floated not too far away from him. It was a golden sword. It was the sword supreme. Yang Yi gazed at it and asked, "Do you need something?" The sword supreme's spirit said, "All the races have put a bounty on you." Yang Yi nodded. The sword spirit fell silent for a short while and said, "All those years ago, the god race was the strongest in the large universe, and all the other races had to obey them. At that time, all the races were unprecedentedly united, especially the alliance between the humans and demons. They formed a cavalry made from demon beasts, and they even defeated the god race's armies on many occasions. At that time, all the races were united like brothers. Yet now, it's completely different from what it was." Yang Yi said, "Time changes things." "Indeed." The sword spirit continued, "I'm very disappointed in this world right now." Yang Yi remained silent. The sword spirit continued, "Actually, Shi Tian isn't truly dead." "What?" Yang Yi gazed at the sword spirit with astonishment. "The patriarch of the god race isn't dead?" The sword spirit replied, "He was at a level of strength that is rarely seen. Xianyuan and I didn't really kill him, nor could we. It's very difficult to kill experts at his level." Yang Yi asked, "Where did he go?" The sword spirit replied, "I don't know. We destroyed his body and soul in that battle. However, we couldn't sever his consciousness. After so many years, she didn't continue after speaking at this point." Yang Yi asked, "Do the other races know?" "They don't," the sword spirit continued. "Only Xianyuan and I knew. For the sake of making them feel safe, we didn't tell anyone. As for later on, I didn't expect him to die at the hands of someone else." Yang Yi asked, "Who killed him?" The sword spirit replied, "Many people didn't want him to be a second Shi Tian, and they didn't want him to reign supreme either. So, he was killed. So long as they don't have any enemies from the outside, all races will choose internal strife." Yang Yi glanced at the sword spirit and asked, "Why are you telling me all of this?" The sword spirit floated over to Yang Yi and said, "I've been with you for some time. You're not a good person, but I can't call you a bad person either. Conversely, you have many qualities that I admire. Let me ask you something. If the god race tries to slaughter all the races one day, will you help them against the god race? Yang Yi smiled. I won't. The sword spirit asked, because they tried to kill you? Yang Yi replied, if I said I would help them, would you choose to follow me? The sword spirit replied, yes. Yang Yi smiled. Unfortunately, I want. The sword spirit fell silent. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. In my lifetime, I've never betrayed those who don't betray me. The god race has never betrayed me, so why should I act against them? The other races have treated me like this, so why should I help them? Repay enmity with kindness? Sorry, am not that great. The sword spirit said, if Shirtion comes back, all the living beings in the entire large universe will perish. Yang Yi suddenly interrupted the sword spirit and asked, who will help if I die? The sword spirit fell silent. Yang Yi continued, moreover, I don't have the strength to fight the god race. Besides that, if I'm being honest, the god race may be atrocious in your world, but as far as I'm concerned, the other races are the ones who should be annihilated. He paused for a moment and continued, Spirit of the Sword Supreme, I'll be honest. I'll be very happy if you're willing to follow me, because sages would be nothing before me if I have you. However, if you're unwilling to follow me, I won't feel disappointed. In short, regardless of what we think about the god race and all the other races, I hope we can part ways amiably. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly came out from the pagoda. She flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder and rested her head on Yang Ye's face. She was looking at the Sword Supreme, but she didn't take it in her arms this time. Shed made her stand clear. She would stand by Yang Ye's side no matter what. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently. The other races slandered you and said that you stole their spirit energy. Heh. Since that's the case, we would be wronging ourselves if we didn't steal their spirit energy, right? Come, let's go take their spirit energy until there's nothing left in the whole large universe. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. They start to bite when they're driven in a corner, and when I'm driven in a corner, I drag everyone down with me. Come on, let's go steal their spirit energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took Snowy and vanished from the mountain range. Only the Sword Supreme remained here. After they left, the Sword Supreme's spirit stayed on the mountain peak in silence for a very long time. In the end, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Hiss! A few dozen mountain peaks in the distance were sliced off. Suddenly, an armless man appeared here. Chapter 21-22, It Wasn't My God Race. Chapter 21-22, It Wasn't My God Race. The armless man glanced at the Sword Supreme and said, Why did you choose him? The Sword Supreme's spirit replied with a question. Who are you? The armless man replied, You don't need to know that. I'm just curious about why you chose him. So, I came to ask. The sword spirit fell silent for a long time and replied, You're very strong. Haha. The armless man suddenly started laughing. I have to admit that it's a fact. The sword spirit said, While he's only at the major Zen realm, he has talent and potential. If he has my help, his sword Tao will grow even stronger, and his strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, he refused you. The armless man roared with laughter. I like that about him. He doesn't bend for anyone. That's how a man should be. Ha ha ha. The sword spirit said, You should be aware that chaos is creeping into the large universe. The armless man shrugged. That's none of my business. I'm not interested in saving the world. Just as that kid said, no one would be grateful even if we did, right? The sword spirit replied, If everyone is selfish, the large universe is doomed. The armless man's smile gradually vanished, and a long time passed before he said, Who isn't selfish in this age? Selfishness is man's nature. Wasn't Emperor Xinyuan selfish too? If he was a little selfless, then he wouldn't have been killed. He gazed at the sword spirit at this point. While I don't agree with a part of your opinion, I don't think you're wrong, and you're not hypocrite either. If you didn't sacrifice yourself all those years ago, Shirtion wouldn't have had his body and soul blasted apart. However, you can't ask everyone to be as selfless as you, right? The sword spirit asked, Is there no one left who cares about the large universe's fate? The armless man smiled. Let me ask you something. Why is the universe sprite siding with the god race? The sword spirit fell silent. The armless man smiled. The reason is very simple. Greed. It's a shortcoming of all races. We take, and take from the universe. When the universe can't stand it any longer, it'll naturally choose to kill those who take from it. While it hasn't come to that, it's not too far from that. The sword spirit replied, they are trying to survive. The armless man replied, yes. But does the universe sprite have no need to survive? Since everyone has to survive, then no one is right or wrong. So, it's a competition of who is stronger. The stronger side is right, even if that side was wrong. The sword spirit said, a forced and distorted login? The armless man smiled. You can think of it like that. As he spoke, he gazed towards the side. Get the fuck out here. His voice reverberated like a thunderclap. Bang. The space there shook violently, and then a ball of red light appeared before the armless man and sword spirit. It was the evil treasure that had always been following Yang Yi. The armless man chuckled as he gazed at the ball of red light. You're quite smart. You started to stay hidden once you knew that I showed myself. I'll just get straight to the point. If I find out you don't stop following him from now, they'll beat you back to square one. How dare you? The evil treasure spoke angrily. Boom. The ball of light suddenly exploded apart, and then a blood-red face appeared here. At this moment, a painful expression covered it. The armless man spoke indifferently. Those progenitors are afraid of that person who stands behind you, so they won't rashly act against you. However, I'm not afraid. Go back and tell that person that I don't want to bother with all your nonsense, and I don't feel like bothering myself with it either. However, if you continue targeting that kid, then I'll obliterate all of you. The blood-red face gazed at the armless man with an extremely unsightly expression, but it didn't dare to say a word. The person before it was too terrifying. So, it immediately turned around and vanished into the sky. Suddenly, the sword spirit said, you wanted to kill her. The armless man nodded. I did. Unfortunately, I can't do that for now. Why? The sword spirit asked. Why would you be afraid with the strength you possess? Afraid? The armless man chuckled. Who have I ever feared? I didn't kill her because I don't have time to waste on that person who stands behind her. I didn't even want to show myself because that fellow I have to deal with is much more difficult to deal with than these fellows here. But I had no choice because too many people have started to scheme against that kid. So if I don't show myself, he would probably die before he knew who killed him. The armless man sized up the sword spirit at this point. I thought you were following him for a reason, but now it seems like I misjudged you. The sword spirit suddenly said, your arms were severed by a sword. The armless man replied, as expected of the number one sword in this large universe. You are even able to discern that. The sword spirit fell silent for a long time and said, that person's sword Dao. The armless man smiled. It's very formidable, right? Haha. The sword spirit replied, among the people I know, only Emperor Xinyuan can. No? No. The armless man shook his head. His sword Dao is so powerful that it's much greater than Emperor Xinyuan. Oh. The sword spirit's voice carried undisguised doubt. The armless man smiled. Emperor Xinyuan would have been nothing if he didn't have you. But this person's sword Dao is formidable because of his heart. He's still strong even without a good sword. Or I should say that he disdains to use a sword now, because only a few in the world are even capable of making him draw a sword. The armless man paused for a moment and spoke solemnly. His sword Dao has arrived at his own limits, and his greatest enemy is himself. The sword spirit was puzzled. It's himself? The armless man shook his head. Forget that. I came to meet you because I wanted to tell you that this large universe isn't the same one you knew. It's not worth you sacrificing yourself for any longer. Of course, there's another reason. I wanted to confirm if you had ill intent towards him. But it seems like I was overthinking. Good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the armless man turned around and intended to leave. Meanwhile, the sword spirit asked, Aren't you going to do anything about the fact that all the races are hunting him down? Why would I? The armless man spoke indifferently. How can a man grow without experiencing difficulties? I only showed myself because some people were bullying him and breaking some rules. Actually, he's really lucky. No one was there to protect me during my time. He turned around and looked up at the sky. It was in the direction Yang Yi had left towards. A few breaths of time later, the armless man said, "Men are useless if they don't experience exhaustion, suffering, and difficulties. All right, it's time to leave. I have someone to meet." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into the sky. The sword spirit stood there silent on the spot for a long time, and then she transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. The prehistoric ruins. The armless man arrived at the prehistoric ruins. He glanced at the surroundings, and then suddenly tapped his right foot against the ground. In an instant, the mysterious building soundlessly appeared before him. Meanwhile, a furious howl resounded, and then a demon beast charged out and slammed itself at the armless man. "Fuck off." As soon as he said that, the demon beast was blasted extremely far away. The armless man ignored the demon beast and entered the mysterious building. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the casket. A voice came from within the casket. "Do you need something?" The armless man sized up the surroundings and said, "This place is quite impressive." "Oh, it seems like a teleportation formation." The prehistoric expert asked again, "Do you need something?" The armless man gazed at the casket. "I don't care what your objective is or what you're planning, but I hope you're not scheming against him. You know who I'm talking about." The prehistoric expert fell silent for a short while and said, "I see." 2 hours later, the armless man left the prehistoric ruins. As soon as he left, he looked down at the mysterious building beneath him, as expected of the prehistoric race. "This clone of mine can't do anything to all of you." He glanced at the sky at this point. "Fucking hell. You're not even that strong, but your ability to cause trouble is really great." He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. The demon dimension. A boundless mountain range. There was a tree at the depths of the mountain range, and Yang Yi stood on its top while looking towards the end of the mountain range. Snowy was by his side. A long time passed before Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. "Snowy, how much spirit energy can you suck away?" Snowy blinked and then waved her claws. She was telling him that she didn't know because Shed never really tried. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Can you suck away all the spirit energy in the demon dimension?" Snowy blinked, glanced at the surroundings, and then thought for a moment before waving her claws again. She was telling him that she could give it a try. She could try. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Do it. Snowy, suck all the spirit energy in the demon dimension. Right. Be careful. It's best if you don't let anyone know that you did it. Understand?" Snowy glanced at the surroundings, and then she nodded. After that, she started waving her little claws about, and was about to start sucking the spirit energy here. Suddenly, Snowy's eyes opened wide, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had astonishment all over his face as well. "You've started?" Snowy hurriedly shook her head. Yang Yi was even more astounded. What the heck? It was because the spirit energy in the surroundings was vanishing rapidly, and it wasn't Snowy who did it. Snowy hadn't even started. Suddenly, a woman in a white dress appeared in front of them. It was the God Race's strategist. She said, "Are you surprised?" Yang Yi replied, "You took action so quickly." She shook her head slightly. "It's not my God Race's doing." "What?" Yang Yi was stunned. Chapter 21-23 An Old Friend. Chapter 21-23 An Old Friend. It wasn't the God Race? Yang Yi asked again. The woman in a white dress nodded. Yang Yi's face fell. "It's not the God Race's doing." In the beginning, the whole world thought that it was the God Race's doing. Even he did. Because only the God Race had a reason to do it. Yet now, she said that it wasn't the God Race. Of course he wouldn't think that she was lying to him. Since she wasn't lying to him, then there was a problem. Who was acting against the human race and sky race? She said, "My God Race is investigating too. However, we haven't gotten any answers." But no matter who it is, both my god race and you will have to take the blame for it. Yang Yi nodded, true. Presently, if the god race tried to say that it wasn't their doing, the other races would never believe them. She gazed at Snowy and said, "Do you know why the spirit energy here is vanishing?" Yang Yi gazed at Snowy too. Snowy blinked, glanced at the surroundings, and then sniffed lightly. In the end, she started waving her claws swiftly. A short while passed before Yang Yi gazed at the woman. She's saying that the spirit energy here vanished into thin air. The woman couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. Can you stop it from vanishing? Snowy thought for a moment and made a grabbing motion with her claws. In just a moment, Shed grabbed a ball of white energy, and then she gazed at Yang Yi as if she was seeking praise for a job well done. Her little face was even covered in self-satisfaction. Yang Yi's face stiffened, and then he rubbed Snowy's head. I meant if you can stop the vanishing spirit energy from vanishing. Not just a little bit, but the entire dimension. Snowy drew a huge circle with one of her claws. Yang Yi nodded, right, the entire dimension. Snowy hesitated for a moment, and then she glanced at the surroundings. In the end, she stretched out a paw and pressed it down. Bang! In an instant, the world shook violently, and then countless strands of spirit energy appeared here. It was the spirit energy that had vanished. Yang Yi hurriedly said, "All right, don't restore it." Snowy pulled back her paw, and the spirit energy here vanished slowly. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy. "You're really amazing." It was an absolutely sincere praise. Snowy's ability was really quite terrifying, and it was no wonder so many people wanted a Sprite Lord. If one side of a battle between two factions had a Sprite Lord, the Sprite Lord could instantly throw the other side into despair. The woman in a white dress spoke abruptly. "Come, let's leave." Yang Yi asked, "Where are we going?" She replied, "To the god race." "Where else can you go now?" "Just go into hiding for now." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the sky. Yang Yi thought for a moment, and then he took Snowy in his arms and followed her. Just as Shed said, he should go into hiding for now. It didn't take long for them to leave the demon dimension. However, the demon dimension was filled with clamor. While the demon beasts of the demon dimension cultivated the body, they still needed spirit energy. Moreover, many natural treasures would gradually vanish without spirit energy. It wouldn't take long for all the living beings in the demon dimension to gradually vanish and go extinct. Look for Yang Yi. In an instant, the experts of the entire large universe started madly searching for Yang Yi. As far as they were concerned, so long as they found Yang Yi, their problems would be solved. However, Yang Yi seemed to have vanished into thin air, and they couldn't find him no matter what. The Sky Dimension, Sky Hall. At this moment, a few dozen sages were here, including the patriarchs of all the races. The Sovereign of Sky was at the seat of the host. The atmosphere here was quite tense. It was because their scouts had been searching for days, but they couldn't find even a trace of Yang Yi. The Sovereign of Man suddenly said, "He has probably gone to the god race. Then let's look for the god race." The Sovereign of Sky stood up abruptly. "The god race are the masterminds. Everyone, we can't continue staying in a passive position. We must find the god race and fight them to the death. Even if we die, we should die in battle." The Sovereign of Man nodded with agreement. The Sovereign of Sky is right. If this continues, we'll be exhausted to death. Instead of suffering a death like that, let's just fight them instead. What do all of you think? We still have to locate the god race first. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly said, "The god race is in hiding, so it's absolutely difficult to locate them now." "It's absolutely easy." Suddenly, a voice resounded here. Their expressions changed as they looked over to the source of the voice. A mysterious black-robed figure had appeared at the entrance to the hall and was walking slowly in their direction. The black-robed figure walked to the center of the hall. "The god race is in God Battlefield." God Battlefield. It wasn't an unfamiliar name to them. The final battle between the god race and all the races had been carried out there, and the amount of people who died during that battle, it could simply be considered as uncountable, truly uncountable. Countless sages perished in that battle, and even a few progenitor realm experts had fallen. In the days after that battle, it became like a forbidden area because the resentment there was too strong. The Sovereign of Sky walked over to the mysterious figure. "Who are you?" The mysterious figure replied, "That isn't important. What's important is that I know where the God race is, and you need that information, right?" The Sovereign of Sky replied, "How do we know it's true? Or perhaps you are from the God race, and you're intentionally tricking us so that you can catch us off guard?" The mysterious figure replied, "Do you have any other choice? Of course, you can refuse to go, and then wait. Just wait and wait, until the spirit energy in all the dimensions vanish completely. At that time, all of you would be finished even if you're just left alone." The Sovereign of Sky gazed at the mysterious figure for a long time and asked, "Who are you? Why do you know where the God race is? Why are you helping us?" The mysterious figure replied, "That isn't something you should be worried about. You should be worried about whether the God race will move." The mysterious figure turned around and walked away upon saying that. However, the Sovereign of Sky suddenly stretched out his hand and clawed at the mysterious figure. Bang! A wave of powerful force blasted the Sovereign of Sky over 100 m back. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure had vanished from the hall. Everyone here exchanged glances, and there was undisguised shock in their eyes. None of them had been able to detect how the mysterious figure had vanished. What did that represent? It represented that mysterious figure's strength far surpassed them. Unfathomable strength. All of them gazed at the Sovereign of Sky. The Sovereign of Sky fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Gather all the sages. We're going to the God battlefield." Someone suddenly asked, "What if it's a trap?" The Sovereign of Sky closed his eyes slowly. "We have no other choice." The God battlefield. The woman in a white dress and Yang Yi arrived here. A solemn expression had appeared on Yang Yi's face when he arrived here, and even Snowy had a solemn expression on her face as she stood there on Yang Yi's shoulder. She looked off into the surroundings while being prepared to run at any moment. Yin energy. The baleful energy and Yin energy here was simply too strong. Yang Yi had killed quite a few people, but the baleful energy and Yin energy here were at an unprecedented level. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw gray haze covered the sky until extremely far away, and mysterious black energy drifted through the surroundings. It was oppressive. He felt an oppressive feeling that struck the heart. Yang Yi asked, "This is where the God race and all the other races went to war?" The woman in a white dress nodded. "My God race lost that battle." She gazed at Yang Yi when she spoke up to this point. "I'm really relieved." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied, "I thought you would be like the other races and think that my God race deserves death." Yang Yi shook his head. "As far as I'm concerned, there's no difference between both of you. I won't let the enmity of others affect me. Moreover, I think that every race has their own shortcomings and strong points too. For example, the human race has a huge population, but it has countless bad people. Moreover, at most times, humans treat people of their own race more ruthlessly than how they treat the God race." A ruler. Yang Yi had his own ruler of right and wrong in his heart. The woman looked up into the distance. "All those years ago, my God race was proud and arrogant indeed. Yang Yi, as I said before, I never wanted to use you or make you help my God race. I just felt that you're not a bad person, and I felt that you're different from others. Moreover, the future isn't something just a single person can change. If my God race loses this battle, we'll become history for real. Similarly, if the other races lose, we'll make them become history too." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Are you really planning on annihilating them all?" She smiled. "Aren't they trying to do the same to us?" She suddenly gazed at Yang Yi at this point. "Whose side will you take if we really go to war?" Yang Yi answered without the slightest hesitation, "The God race." Even though he was human, it was the human race which he wanted to kill the most. Help the human race? He would probably die before he even knew it. The interests of the human race? That was a joke. The Sovereign of Man had never bothered about that when he hunted Yang Yi. Of course, while he was hostile to the Sovereign of Man and the Sovereign of Man's subordinates, he wasn't hostile toward the entire human race. The Sovereign of Man couldn't represent the entire human race. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress said, I'm quite content with hearing that. I knew that if the god race didn't betray you, you wouldn't betray us. Yang Yi was about to speak when she suddenly looked up at the sky. I didn't expect them to get here so quickly. Yang Yi was puzzled. Suddenly, a few dozen powerful auras swept down from the sky. The alliance of all was here. Boom. Suddenly, a spear shot down from the sky like a bolt of lightning, and its target was the woman in a white dress. Yang Yi was about to do something about it when she shook her head slightly, and then she tapped her finger forward. Starlight flickered, and the spear stopped in midair. Meanwhile, a white-robed man appeared on the spear. He looked down at her and said, The human race is Xiaohani. I'm here to seek guidance from the god race's strategist. The spear sage, Hani, an extraordinary genius of the human race from thousands of years ago. The woman in a white dress pondered deeply for a moment, and then she looked up at him. The god race, Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot when he heard this. Chapter 21-24 The Alliance of All's Army. Chapter 21-24 The Alliance of All's Army. Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Ye's mind went slightly blank, because he hadn't expected her to actually be the god race's strategist. Ding Xiaoyao was from the god race. In his memories, she had always been an extremely intelligent and gentle woman, but she was very weak. However, the facts proved that he was wrong. She wasn't just extremely intelligent, she was extremely strong too. In short, Yang Yi was really surprised. At this moment, Yang Yi could see her face, and it was Ding Xiaoyao's face. However, Ding Xiaoyao didn't seem weak like she had been. She seemed composed and slightly cold. She glanced at Yang Yi and asked, Are you that surprised? Yang Yi nodded. She grinned, and then she looked at the man, Xiaohani, an extraordinary genius who shocked the large universe over 1,000 years ago. Interesting. Looks like more and more people will be showing themselves. Xiaohani placed his hands behind his back. I didn't plan to join in the fights of the ordinary world, but the god race's actions are too inhumane. You actually plan to annihilate all the living beings in the human dimension. No one can survive when the whole is destroyed. Even if I die today, thousands more will stand up for my human race. The god race will never annihilate us. Thousands? Ding Xiaoyao smiled, perhaps. However, it isn't a big problem. My god race will kill all who come. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at the sages behind Xiaohani and said, They're already here. Isn't anyone going to step forward and show them our strength? Suddenly, an extremely bloody aura appeared here, and then a man in a black cloak and red mask appeared by Ding Xiaoyao's side. He was holding a blood-red scythe that was even larger than an adult man. Blood was dripping from the scythe. The man looked up at Xiaohani, and then he shot up into the air. In an instant, a blood-red crescent flashed through the air, and they entered into fierce battle. As soon as they started fighting, the black energy in the surroundings swiftly moved to the surroundings, and even the yin energy here reduced tremendously. Ding Xiaoyao didn't look at their battle, and she gazed at the sovereign of Sky's group instead. I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect all of you to find us so quickly. However, if I'm not wrong, someone helped you, right? The sovereign of Sky walked over to her. Strategist Ding. Let's get even for the enmity of the past and the present. Ding Xiaoyao nodded. All right. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground shook violently, and then it cracked open. Numerous powerful auras shot up into the air, and then 17 people appeared behind Ding Xiaoyao. All of them were sages. 17 sages. Needless to say, it was an extremely terrifying force. However, that wasn't the end of it. Electricity suddenly appeared all around the battlefield, and they formed a huge circle that surrounded the battlefield. The sovereign of Sky stared at Ding Xiaoyao. You were prepared. Ding Xiaoyao spoke indifferently. I always plan for the worst. I plan to make more preparations before fighting all of you, but I'm afraid it's too late now. However, that's not a problem. The sovereign of Sky nodded. It's not a problem indeed. He waved his right hand. Step, step, step. Suddenly, resounding footsteps came from afar. Yang Yi looked over and saw a group of demon beasts dashing over. They were shaped like tigers with wings on their backs, and every single one of them was over 100 m tall. Besides that, there was a human standing on each of their heads. Every single demon beast was at the major Zen realm, and the humans on them were at the major Zen realm too. There weren't many, just 100 of them. However, the aura they emanated made them feel invincible. It was something that even a few sages couldn't compete with. Logically speaking, major Zen realm experts were no match for sages, but there were exceptions. Like Yangyi, he could kill sages. The Alliance of All had come prepared for this battle, and they'd selected their elites from both the human race and demon race. It could be said that this cavalry didn't fear sages at all. It was the joint forces of humans and demons. Besides that, beside the cavalry was a group of around 30 experts in pure white robes. There were men and women among them, and all of them held a pure white jade staff. They floated to the right of the cavalry, and the spirit energy here was visibly moving towards their army once they appeared here. The spirit race. All of them were at the major Zen realm. Moreover, every single one of them emanated an extremely formidable aura. They were major Zen realm experts who hadn't relied on external forces to attain their current levels of cultivation. Besides that, there were around 70 experts on the cavalry's left. Every one of them wore golden armor and held a spear. The aura they emanated was the strongest amongst everyone here if the sages were excluded. They were the Sky Guard that was renowned throughout the large universe. The Sky Guard could be described as the Sky Race's trump card. It was a mysterious team that never showed itself in the public eye, and it only obeyed the Sky Race's patriarch. They used the best equipment and were provided with the best cultivation resources. So, their strength was naturally the best amongst the armies of the Sky Race. 10 Sky Guards can slaughter a sage. It was a popular saying in the Sky Race, and it was no joke. Since the Sovereign of Sky had even summoned this army of his, he was clearly ready to fight to the death. However, this wasn't the full strength of the Alliance of All. A few dozen black-clothed experts appeared out of thin air. All of them were major Zen realm experts. All of their figures were extremely strange. They kept flickering and seemed like they weren't material beings, and they emanated a wave of bone-piercing coldness. Assassins. Top-rate assassins from the Shadow Spirit race. The Shadow Spirit race wasn't a very well-known race in the large universe because they were very few. They were a small race of beings. However, since they could survive in this large universe, it was sufficient to prove their strength. Assassins. There was no other race that could compete with the Shadow Spirit race when it came to being assassins. They cultivated their shadows, and they could make their shadows a second life. So, they were born to be assassins. Countless experts kept appearing here. The human race, demon race, sky race, shaman race, spirit race, shadow spirit race, oceanic race, soul race. At this moment, there were already 53 sages on the side of the Alliance of All, and this didn't include the sages who were still hiding in the shadows. As for major Zen realm experts, they had around 1,300 in total. It was an extremely shocking number. Moreover, these major Zen realm experts had practically never relied on external forces to attain their current cultivations. Besides that, all the races had even summoned the independent sages and major Zen realm experts from their races. After all, how could anyone survive alone if the whole was annihilated? Many understood that principle. If the Alliance of All lost, and the God race was allowed to get its revenge, then even if people from the other races survived, they would truly be dragging out their existences. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to show themselves out in the open. So, countless experts were rushing towards the battlefield incessantly. This battle would decide the fate of all the races. Yang Ye's face fell. The forces the other races revealed could be described as being sufficient to crush the God race. So, how would the God race fight them? Presently, he finally understood why the Tao Path had made a compromise so easily. It was very simple. The joint forces of all the races was really very terrifying. Even the Tao Path didn't want to go head-on against them. While the Tao Path had a progenitor, even if the Tao Path won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory for the Tao Path. Moreover, if the Tao progenitor didn't help, the Tao Path's strength was utterly insufficient before all the other races. They were like a scattered clump of sand when they weren't allied. and they weren't a threat to the four paths at all. However, once they did join forces and form a real alliance, their joint forces was something that even a progenitor wouldn't dare to look down upon. United. Once any force was truly united, it couldn't be underestimated, and it was even more so for a group of forces. Fight. The Sovereign of Sky said, strategist Ding. How will your god race fight out alliance? Ding Xiaoyao looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, the spirit race's patriarch waved his right hand, and the 30-plus spirit race experts behind him suddenly raised their hands. In an instant, invisible waves surged up into the sky. In an instant, the entire sky dimmed down like a gray cloth had covered it. No one could see anything above them now. The spirit race's patriarch gazed at Ding Xiaoyao and spoke indifferently. We've witnessed the strength of your stellar formations, strategist Ding. So, I don't think you can converge stellar energy anymore now. I wonder if you have other methods to fight back. If you do, please use it so we can have a look. Ding Xiaoyao smiled. Looks like all of you really came prepared this time. Of course. The Sovereign of Sky said, our enemy is the god race. Strategist Ding, our forces are here. So what about yours? Or perhaps they dare not show themselves. However, I think they won't do that. The god race is very proud, isn't it? Ding Xiaoyao didn't answer him, and she gazed at Yang Yi instead. Do you remember what you did in the past? Yang Yi asked. What? Ding Xiaoyao smiled. That thing that you felt was really fun. Yang Yi frowned slightly as he didn't understand what she meant. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao closed her eyes slowly. Do you think I didn't know that while you were scheming against the other races, you were scheming against us too? If you hadn't defected at the last moment all those years ago, my god race wouldn't have been crushed. So, let's get even for that too. Large universe. From today onward, this large universe will become history. Who was Ding Xiaoyao talking to? While everyone here was puzzled, the expressions of all the patriarchs from the other races had instantly changed drastically. The Sovereign of Sky gazed at her and spoke with astonishment. Has your god race gone mad? Chapter 21-25 Eveline Sprite. Chapter 21-25 Eveline Sprite. The expressions of everyone from the alliance of all had turned extremely unsightly, or it should be described as pale. It was like all of them had seen something terrifying. Indeed, what was happening to the large universe was very terrifying. There were countless worlds vanishing rapidly throughout the large universe. Every single world was covered in tsunamis, earthquakes, fissures, volcanic eruptions. If someone stood high up in the starry sky right now, one would be able to see countless stars exploding apart like fireworks. World after world were being destroyed throughout the large universe. As far as sages were concerned, destroying a world wasn't difficult at all, and it didn't take much effort either. They just had to use the power of nature in that world. For example, make it explode from deep underground and make lava flow to the surface. The ground would be instantly destroyed. Conversely, they could cause tsunamis by triggering the undersea volcanoes. Who suffered the most from the destruction of every world? The living beings of the large universe. Was it cruel? War was always cruel. How dare you? Suddenly, a furious shout resounded, and then a black-robed mysterious figure appeared not too far away from Ding Xiaoyao. As soon as the figure appeared, a wave of powerful energy blasted Ding Xiaoyao away. Yang Ye's reaction was swift, and he hurriedly appeared behind her and caught her from behind. However, as soon as he touched her, his expression had changed drastically. Bang! Ding Xiaoyao's figure stopped, but Yang Ye's figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away. When he finally stopped himself, Yang Yi looked down at himself, and he noticed that his entire body had cracked open. It was terrifying. Yang Yi looked up at the mysterious black-robed man. Is he a progenitor? Ding Xiaoyao wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth, and then she gazed at the mysterious figure. What? You're showing yourself in the end? The mysterious figure said, Make them stop. Otherwise, they'll make living worse than death for your god race. Suddenly, a voice resounded. I don't think you have the ability to do that. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and they saw a woman walking over slowly. It was Jir. She walked over to Ding Xiaoyao's side. and then she gazed at the mysterious figure. Do you really think we weren't prepared for you? As soon as she said that, hiss, 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 electricity started hissing here. Everyone here was shocked, and it didn't take long for a blood-red character to appear in the sky. It was the character. The character for Kill had appeared out of thin air in the sky. As soon as it appeared there, in the primordial pagoda, Snowy suddenly let out a shrill cry, and she curled up on the ground while holding her head with both paws. She was shuddering while fear filled her eyes. Yang Ye's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly entered the primordial pagoda and took Snowy in his arms. Snowy, what's wrong? Snowy just held tightly to Yang Yi, while ceaselessly rubbing her head against Yang Ye's chest. Her body was trembling madly as if she had encountered something horrifying. Moreover, Snowy wasn't the only one. Even Little Sky and the divining flame were trembling violently. Fear. It was fear. Yang Yi was instantly in panic. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. Primordial pagoda. As soon as he said that, a ray of golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Snowy, but it didn't change anything. What the heck is this? Even the primordial pagoda can't do anything? It's definitely that character in the sky. Yang Yi was about to leave the primordial pagoda when he thought up to this point. Suddenly, Tianxiu said, Big brother, give Snowy to me. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu and didn't ask anything. He just passed Snowy to her. Tianxiu placed her hand on Snowy's head and spoke softly, Snowy, don't be afraid. I guarantee that no one can harm you while I'm here. As she spoke, Snowy's figure gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Little Sky and the divine flame appeared by Tianxiu's side. At this moment, Little Sky's face was covered in pain, and her eyes had undisguised fear and terror in them. Yang Yi hurriedly said, Tianxiu, help them too. Tianxiu gazed at Little Sky and the divining flame, fell silent for a moment, and then looked up at the sky. Go away. She received no reply, and Little Sky and the divining flame were still trembling. Tianxiu's gaze gradually turned icy cold. I told. As soon as she finished speaking, a moment of silence ensued, and then both Little Sky and the divining flame gradually calmed down. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he witnessed this, and then he asked, What was that? Tianxiu thought for a moment and said, I don't know either. I just sensed something looking at us. Right? It was looking at Snowy and big sister Little Sky, and this flame. It seemed like it wanted to eat Snowy and the others. Eat them? Yang Yi frowned. He didn't thank her and just rubbed her head. Tianxiu, help me take care of them. We'll go have a look outside. Be careful, big brother. Tianxiu spoke abruptly. That thing is very formidable. You are probably not a match for it right now. Yang Yi nodded. I'll be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the primordial pagoda. At the instant that Snowy, Little Sky, and the divine flame were in pain, the mysterious figure outside the primordial pagoda had spoken involuntarily, the evil sprite. Impossible. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly vanished into the sky. The character in the sky shook violently and wanted to chase after him, but Ding Xiaoyao said, There's no need to give chase. You can't do anything to her now. The character in the sky gradually vanished after a moment of silence. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi. Is Snowy all right? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. She's much better now. What was that? Ding Xiaoyao replied, The true bane of sprites, or it can be called their natural enemy. The natural enemy of sprites? Yang Yi frowned slightly. He was about to ask about it when Ding Xiaoyao said, I'll explain it to you later. As she spoke, she walked towards the sovereign of Sky's group. I presume the spirit energy in the human dimension and sky dimension have been restored, right? How did you know? The sovereign of Sky spoke in a low voice. Just a moment ago, had received word that the spirit energy in the sky dimension had been restored. Moreover, even the spirit energy in the human dimension and demon dimension had been restored. Ding Xiaoyao spoke indifferently. Do you know who that was? The sovereign of Sky spoke solemnly. I have a guess. Ding Xiaoyao asked, Now do you understand the reason for all of this? The sovereign of Sky glanced at her. Why did she do that? That's quite a stupid question. Ding Xiaoyao continued. Since you know the reason, leave. There will be a battle between us, but it isn't now. Don't worry, you won't have to wait for too long. The sovereign of sky gazed at her for a long time and said, "Well, be waiting." He turned around and planned to lead the others away once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the sovereign of man suddenly asked, "Why aren't we dealing with them now?" The sovereign of sky glanced at him and replied, "Do you think we can?" As soon as he finished speaking, he led the experts of the sky race away, and the other experts received the order to retreat as well. The alliance of All's army retreated like a receding tide. The battlefield returned to peace once more. Once all of them left, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, "Tell them to stop." Jir nodded. "They have." Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand. In an instant, the ground trembled, and then it cracked open before them to reveal a passageway. All of them went in with Jir and Ding Xiaoyao in the lead. Yang Yi followed them to an underground world, and it surpassed his imagination. It was an empty city. There were some people in it, but very few, just around a dozen of them, so it was really an empty city. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly asked, "Are you curious?" Yang Yi nodded. She said, "Our people are hidden throughout the world." Yang Yi glanced at her. Needless to say, he really admired her. Her level of planning was truly matchless, and Ding Xiaoyao could be said to have contributed tremendously in the God race's ability to take the other races for a ride. Ding Xiaoyao and Jir led Yang Yi to a hall, and there were only 3 people there. Jir asked, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "No, I just want to survive." Jir said, "Survive? That will be the most difficult thing to accomplish in this large universe soon. It's really going to fall into complete chaos, and it isn't just limited between my God race and the other races, there are other powers too. I suggest that you leave the large universe as soon as possible." Yang Yi asked, "Leave the large universe? And go where?" She replied, "Anywhere. It's fine so long as you're not in the large universe." Yang Yi asked, "What exactly is about to happen here?" Jir gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, and the latter said, "He can't escape. He has a sprite lord, and he's mixed up in the karma of many powers. They won't let him leave." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Presently, you can forget about escaping. You should focus your attention on improving your strength." Yang Yi nodded. Presently, the important matter at hand for him was improving his strength. He had to improve his strength in all aspects, because when facing the colossus that was the alliance of All and some other mysterious organizations, he would probably not even have the right to be cannon fodder if he didn't possess some strength. Ding Xiaoyao was about to speak when something unexpected occurred. A blood-red character flashed by and entered Yang Yi's chest. "How dare you!" Ding Xiaoyao roared with fury. "Stop it! Hurry! Snowy's in danger. That pagoda can't suppress it." Chapter 21-26 The Universe Must Be Destroyed. Chapter 21-26 The Universe Must Be Destroyed. Snowy was in danger. Ferocity instantly covered Yang Yi's face as he entered the primordial pagoda. At this moment, in the primordial pagoda, there was a completely pitch black being not too far away from Snowy. It was completely pitch black, with just 2 small ears on its head, eyes that were like crescents but blood-red crescents, and there was black energy coiled all around it. Its size was around the same as Snowy. At this moment, there was a small golden pagoda in front of Snowy, the primordial pagoda. That being had pounced at Snowy as soon as it charged into the primordial pagoda, but the primordial pagoda had pushed it away and saved Snowy. Tian Xiu was beside Snowy, and she was holding Snowy in her arms while looking coldly at that being. There was no fear in Snowy's eyes now, only rage. Her paws were clenched tightly together, and the spirit energy around her had become unstable. She was like an undersea volcano that was about to erupt. It was the first time she had been bullied like this, and she couldn't endure it. The being gazed at Snowy with greed in its eyes, but it was quite afraid of the primordial pagoda before Snowy. It has been at a disadvantage in the collision which occurred earlier. Meanwhile, Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda and went over to Snowy. Snowy immediately flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder and pointed at the being. Yang Yi asked, "You want to beat it up?" Snowy nodded. Yang Yi rubbed her head. "Then do it." Once she obtained Yang Ye's permission, Snowy stopped hiding behind the primordial pagoda, and she just flew up into the air. A moment later, Snowy opened her mouth and inhaled. In an instant, the entire world turned ethereal. What did Snowy rely on in battle? It was spirit energy, of course. The more spirit energy she took in, the stronger she would be. However, the primordial pagoda flew over to her and stopped her. Because if Snowy continued, the spirit energy in this entire world would be gone. In this world, the primordial pagoda was like the spirit of this world, so it naturally didn't want the spirit energy here to vanish. Snowy pointed at the being, and then she waved her little fists. She was saying that she couldn't let it go. The primordial pagoda shook slightly. Snowy blinked, pointed at the primordial pagoda, then pointed at the being. The primordial pagoda shook slightly in response. Actually, the primordial pagoda was telling her not to absorb the spirit energy here, and it would deal with the being. That being had suddenly entered the primordial pagoda, and that was a form of provocation to the primordial pagoda. So, Snowy wasn't the only one. Even the primordial pagoda couldn't endure this. Snowy hesitated for a moment, and then she patted the primordial pagoda. She was wishing it good luck. The primordial pagoda shook slightly, and then it transformed into a ray of golden light that slammed against the being. Viciousness flashed through the being's eyes when it saw the primordial pagoda attack, and it raised its claw and slapped it forward. Bang! Just one claw had been enough to stop the primordial pagoda, and the space in the pagoda shook violently. Suddenly, countless rays of golden light surged out from the pagoda, and they blasted the being away. However, it only took a moment for the being to pounce at the pagoda again. At the same time, a huge pitch-black claw slapped against the pagoda, but it wasn't able to slap the primordial pagoda away. As soon as the primordial pagoda was struck, a thick layer of golden light had appeared around it, and it was exactly that light which had resisted the powerful force of the being's attack. However, the being suddenly grabbed the primordial pagoda, and it seemed like it wanted to tear the pagoda into two. The primordial pagoda was no weakling, and it immediately slammed itself against the being. Boom! The being was blasted away, and a ray of golden light shot down from the sky and slammed against it. Bang! It was blasted away once more. The being had been completely crushed in this collision. However, the battle didn't end there. The being glanced at its body, and there was a horrifyingly ferocious expression on its face. It looked up at the pagoda, and then it slapped its right claw against its chest. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy swept out from it. At the same time, its figure instantly expanded almost 10 times in size, and there was a ball of red and black flames on its claws. Danger. Yang Ye's expression changed. He sensed unprecedented danger from it. Snowy shrunk back behind him too, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. What is that? It's so powerful. The primordial pagoda clearly felt threatened too. Countless rays of golden light immediately appeared around it. Suddenly, the being vanished on the spot. The pagoda was about to attack, but it was stunned at this moment. Because the being hadn't charged at it, the being had charged at Snowy. The pagoda transformed into a ray of golden light that shot at the being, but the being was much faster than the pagoda. Yang Ye's expression had changed drastically when he saw it charge at Snowy, and he instantly pulled Snowy behind him before grabbing Judgment with both hands and swinging it. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away. His attack had forced the being to a stop, but it didn't make a difference because that's all his attack had done. At the instant Yang Yi was blasted away, the being appeared in front of Snowy, and then it clawed at Snowy while its eyes burned with desire. No! Yang Ye's eyes were filled with rage, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot at it. At this moment, there was no fear in Snowy's eyes. She just gazed at Yang Yi and waved her little paw as if she was saying goodbye. Right when the being's claw was about to strike Snowy, a little girl appeared in front of Snowy. The claw suddenly shot backwards when it was about to hit the little girl. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and the pagoda had rushed over. Yang Yi took Snowy in his arms. At this moment, he was shivering. Regardless of what kind of expert he faces, and even if he faced a progenitor, Yang Yi had never felt fear. However, he was afraid this time. He was afraid of losing Snowy. He was afraid of the feeling of losing someone he loved, had experienced it in the past, and he didn't want to experience it again. Snowy was much calmer. She just rubbed her head against Yang Yi's face to console him. Yang Yi gazed at the pagoda. "You take care of her, all right?" The primordial pagoda didn't answer him, but it floated over to Snowy's head, and then a pillar of golden light enveloped Snowy. Yang Yi glanced at the pillar of light, and he knew that Snowy was quite safe unless a progenitor acted against her. Only quite safe. Yang Yi gazed at the being, and it was in confrontation with Tianxiu. Tianxiu walked slowly in its direction. The viciousness in its eyes gradually vanished as it gazed at Tianxiu. Yang Yi noticed that there was a trace of fear in its eyes. It feared Tianxiu. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu. What is her background? She can actually instill fear in it. Tianxiu was still walking in its direction. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but he didn't choose to stop her in the end, because his intuition told him that it wouldn't dare to attack her. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly clenched her fist. "Snowy is my friend. Snowy is my friend." Actually, she was very scared too, but her anger surpassed her fear. Suddenly, Tianxiu looked up at the being, and the latter's eyelids twitched and moved 300 m away from Tianxiu. Tianxiu gazed coldly at it, and it was looking at her too. It just looked at her like that. In the end, it hesitated for a moment and left the primordial pagoda. It had left. Once it left, the primordial pagoda shook violently and transformed into countless rays of golden light that covered the sky. At the same time, faint golden light appeared around the tiny vortex within Yang Yi. Obviously, the primordial pagoda had set up defenses. Now, the being couldn't enter the pagoda with such ease. The pagoda hadn't set up any defenses previously because it had been too confident in itself. Yet now, why it naturally didn't fear that being. If that being focused on Snowy, then the pagoda could do nothing about it. So, the pagoda had chosen to set up defenses. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi walked over to Tianxiu, rubbed her head, and asked, "Are you all right?" She shook her head slightly. I was so angry just now, and then I felt that something was about to awaken." Something was about to awaken? Yang Yi squatted down and spoke softly. "Do you know what it was?" Tianxiu shook her head. "I felt like it was about to awaken as soon as I got angry. However, Mother said that I can only truly get angry when I grow up. So, Mother didn't let me get angry even when she died." She paused for a moment and continued. "It wanted to kill Snowy just now, and I was really so angry." Meanwhile, Snowy went over to Tianxiu and rubbed her head while smiling. Obviously, she was consoling Tianxiu. Yang Yi spoke softly. "Listen to your mother and don't rashly get angry. All right?" Tianxiu spoke softly. "All right. I won't get angry while Snowy and Big Brother are safe." Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "All right, then it's decided. Right, I have something to deal with, so we'll play with you later. All right?" Both the little fellows had no objections towards this. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao was standing in front of him. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she fell silent for a short while before she said, "That was the eviling sprite. Its origins are unknown, and it's fond of eating all sprites. The sprites of the entire large universe were almost completely annihilated when it appeared in the past. In the end, my god race helped to seal it in order to gain the support of the universe sprite. Now, we've unsealed it to deal with some people." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "How do I kill it?" She glanced at him and said, "You can't. Patriarch Shi Tian tried to kill it too. The universe must be destroyed to kill it." Chapter 21-27 Transformation. Chapter 21-27 Transformation. The universe must be destroyed. Gloominess covered Yang Yi's face when he heard this. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao said, "Don't worry, I won't let it attack Snowy." She knew very well how important Snowy was to Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained silent. Ding Xiaoyao added, "Actually, Snowy isn't weaker than it. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she continued. Snowy is formidable because of spirit energy. If she possesses sufficient spirit energy, then she's almost invincible. However, she's a little too playful, and that's why she isn't that strong right now. Yang Yi felt speechless. Suddenly, Snowy appeared from within his chest. There was an ethereal golden pagoda above her head. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at the pagoda and shook her head. What a lucky little fellow. The pagoda was one of the best treasures in the large universe, yet it was willing to protect the little fellow at all times. So, even the eviling sprite would find it difficult to get close to Snowy now. Snowy glanced at Ding Xiaoyao, gazed at Yang Yi, and then waved her claws. Yang Yi asked, "You want to cultivate?" Snowy nodded. "Why?" Yang Yi asked, "Didn't you hate cultivating?" Snowy suddenly clenched her paws and waved them at Yang Yi. She wanted revenge. If it hadn't been for Tian Xiao and the primordial pagoda, she would have been eaten by now, so she couldn't just forget that. Yang Yi was about to speak when Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, "She does need to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her natural talent. Moreover, you can't protect her forever, right?" "I will protect her forever," Yang Yi said. "However, I'll let her cultivate too. Snowy must have some strength to protect herself, because Minnie will definitely try to get a sprite lord like her." Snowy nodded, and there was determination on her face. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Ding Xiaoyao. "That eviling sprite doesn't obey you?" She shook her head slightly. "My god race has merely formed an agreement with it, and we have no right to order it around." Yang Yi asked, "Aren't you afraid that it'll come back to bite you?" She smiled. "My god race isn't weak either, and we have a common enemy right now." Yang Yi asked, "That mysterious figure?" She nodded in response. Yang Yi asked, "Who was that?" Ding Xiaoyao shook her head slightly. "You'll find out soon." "Right, where's Elysium? Let me have a look at it." Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he withdrew Elysium. Ding Xiaoyao took it and spoke softly. As expected, Yang Yi was puzzled. "What?" She explained, "Its strength can grow stronger. If you're able to activate its hidden ability, bloodlust, and battle, then your strength and its strength will grow stronger and stronger. I've taken a look, and I see that you've activated it in the past. I presume it was a very difficult battle." Yang Yi nodded. It had been his first battle where he killed a sage. However, he hadn't thought carefully about it, so he hadn't noticed this ability within Elysium. Ding Xiaoyao passed Elysium back to Yang Yi. "Your current strength is sufficient to fight a sage with ease. However, there is a difference in strength among sages. Besides that, there are many unknown living beings in the world, just like the eviling sprite. While there are few existences like it, there aren't none. So, you should be cautious." Yang Yi replied, "I understand. Many experts died at the hands of their own carelessness." Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Your body hasn't arrived at the sage realm." She paused for a moment and continued, "Come with me." She turned around and walked off into the distance. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and hurried after her. Yang Yi followed her up to the surface. She looked up at the sky, and above them was a deep and mysterious view of outer space that was covered in stars. Ding Xiaoyao said, "You've come into contact with stellar energy in the past, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "I once cultivated in it." She said, "Your body is at your current limit, and your foundation isn't bad at all. However, if you want to take that step, it will take you at least 30 years from now. The difficulty of the process of ascending from a mortal to a sage is beyond your imagination." Yang Yi gazed at her and waited for her to continue. Ding Xiaoyao continued, "Stellar energy is boundless, and its strength is unquestionable. Now, I'll use my stellar convergence formation to converge stellar energy into your and help you attain the sage realm in the body." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Why?" She turned around and looked at him. Yang Yi continued, "Why are you helping me?" Ding Xiaoyao grinned. "When I was reincarnated into the Ding clan, my physique was extremely weak due to the fact that I suffered extremely serious injuries all those years ago. If it wasn't for your primordial violet energy, I would have taken dozens more years to recover. Moreover, if you didn't help me recover in advance and awaken some of my ability, I would have been forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation again when the continent was destroyed. Yang Yi remained silent. Ding Xiaoyao walked over to Yang Yi. Kindness is repaid with kindness, and evil is repaid with evil. These words do make some sense at some times. Of course, I'm not helping you entirely because I want to repay you. All right, let's not waste time and get to it. It may be painful when the stellar energy enters your body, so try to endure it. As soon as she finished speaking, she formed a strange seal with both hands, and then a crystal blue circle appeared below Yang Ye's feet. Ding Xiaoyao said, "This is a single stellar convergence formation. It may be difficult for you to get used to the stellar energy entering your body, but you must hold on. If you do, everything will change. But if you fail, you'll be brought back to square one." As soon as she finished speaking, she changed the seal shed formed. In an instant, countless rays of starlight lit up deep within outer space, and then they shot down in Yang Ye's direction. The stellar energy formed a huge beam of stellar energy that shot into Yang Ye's head. Boom! Yang Ye's eyes opened wide. At this moment, he felt like his body was about to explode. Once the stellar energy entered his body, it started to madly squeeze down upon his body. It was quite a violent way to improve his physical cultivation. Ding Xiaoyao had chosen such a violent method because a gentle method wasted too much time. But both she and Yang Yi had no time right now. So, she had chosen such a method. Of course, she believed in Yang Yi and believed he could endure it. Stellar energy descended endlessly and surged into Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Ye's entire body was covered in stellar energy, and he couldn't even be seen from the outside. Moreover, the formation below him stopped the stellar energy from escaping, so they had no choice but to surge into Yang Ye's body. Once the stellar energy entered his body, they started to madly stimulate his body. It was like tempering steel. They were tempering him over and over again. When steel was tempered, it was fun to hammer the steel, but the steel itself suffered. At the moment the stellar energy entered him, Yang Yi almost shouted out for Ding Xiaoyao to stop. It was a truly horrible experience. At that instant, he felt like he was about to explode into a pile of mush, but it didn't take long for him to grit his teeth and force himself to endure it. Give up? If he gave up this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to attain the sage realm in the body. If he didn't possess sufficient strength in this chaotic world, his life would be more chaotic than the life of a dog. Moreover, he didn't want to be so powerless like he had been in the past. For example, he felt extremely powerless when the eviling sprite charged at Snowy, and that was the same powerlessness he felt when he watched his mother die. Grow stronger. For the sake of his mother and younger sister, his goal had been to grow stronger. To achieve that goal, no pain or exhaustion could stop him. His loved ones were the only motivation for him to continue living all those years ago. It was the same for any responsible man. They would do everything for their loved ones. As time passed, the pressure Yang Yi endured was growing progressively. Presently, his mind was starting to become blurry. It was because he was on the verge of being unable to maintain his consciousness. The feeling of having countless rays of stellar energy surge into his body was worse than being burned by the divining flame. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyao's voice resounded in his mind. "This is your only chance. You'll have to wait 30 years if you miss this opportunity." His only chance. A furious howl suddenly resounded from within the pillar of stellar energy. It was Yang Ye's voice, and it was hysterical. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at where he was and continued summoning more stellar energy. Just like that, around 6 more hours passed. Crack. A clear and melodious crack resounded. Ding Xiaoyao looked towards where Yang Yi was, and she noticed that his body had started to crack open. See continue. Suddenly, Yang Ye's voice resounded, but it was extremely weak, like he was about to die. Ding Xiaoyao fell silent for a moment, and then she continued summoning more stellar energy. Just like that, countless rays of stellar energy descended from deep within space. In the beam of stellar energy, Yang Yi gritted his teeth tightly. At this moment, he seemed like a porcelain bottle that had suffered a heavy blow. While he hadn't shattered completely, his body was covered in shocking cracks. Just like that, time trickled by. For hours passed. Boom. Suddenly, The beam of stellar energy around Yang Yi exploded apart, and Yang Yi exploded along with it. Yang Yi's body had exploded apart at this moment. Ding Xiaoyao stopped. Chapter 21-28 Slaughtered. Chapter 21-28 Slaughtered. Yang Yi's body had exploded apart, but Yang Yi's soul was still there. Once Ding Xiaoyao stopped, the formation beneath Yang Yi instantly vanished. While Yang Yi had lost his body, his soul was still there. Moreover, faint starlight was all around him. Ding Xiaoyao watched as Yang Yi's body started to grow once more. It was rebirth after destruction. True rebirth. Yang Yi's body hadn't shattered. It was undergoing rebirth after destruction. It was new life. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to recover to normal. He opened his eyes slowly and looked down at himself before slowly clenching his right fist. Crack. The space in a huge area around Yang Yi cracked open. Strength. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, he felt like his entire body was filled with boundless strength. If he compared his past strength with his current strength, it was like comparing the strength of a child with an adult. A transformation. A true transformation. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, "Still not used to it?" Yang Yi nodded. Very. Even though his body was at the sage realm now, this strength was quite unfamiliar to him. Ding Xiaoyao said, "It's very normal because I used brute force to help you advance, and you didn't get it through gradual accumulation. So, it more or less has some disadvantages, and you'll have to frequently consolidate your cultivation further." Yang Yi said, "Thank you." Ding Xiaoyao nodded slightly. "I have other matters to attend to. See you." She vanished into the distance. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. He didn't go to the God Race's city, and he went to the prehistoric ruins instead. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive there, and he frowned when he arrived before the casket and saw it. What? The casket was much different than it had been. At this moment, it was covered in cracks like someone had hammered it. The mysterious expert's voice came from within the casket. "Long time no see." Yang Yi nodded and said, "I came here because I wanted you to teach Snowy. She needs to grow stronger." Snowy couldn't just be a ball of cuteness anymore. It was for her own good. She was a sprite lord, so she was bound to be extraordinary, and she needed the strength to protect herself. Meanwhile, Snowy emerged from the primordial pagoda. She glanced at the surroundings and waved her claws at the casket. The mysterious expert fell silent for a short while and said, "She does need to grow stronger." Sprite lords of the past possessed a status that was on par with the universe sprite, and they have their own duty. Yang Yi was slightly puzzled. Duty? The mysterious expert replied, "They can absorb spirit energy, but they can also create spirit energy for a world. Since they can create spirit energy for a world, it represents that she can breathe life into a world. So, a sprite lord is very, very important to a universe. However, your era seems to have not realized that." Yang Yi nodded. "I hope they never realized that." Yang Yi could sense that the prehistoric expert attached extremely great importance to Snowy. The prehistoric expert said, "During our era, sprite lords had their own method of cultivation. One of these extraordinary cultivation techniques was made by an outstanding sprite lord. That sprite lord was extremely renowned during our time. It was that same sprite lord who had helped many people and sprites of our time to survive." The prehistoric expert paused for a moment and continued, "The cultivation technique he created was called Spirit Fortune. This sprite lord of yours merely absorbs spirit energy instinctively. Actually, that's very wrong, and it's a huge waste. If she learns this technique, then besides progenitors, no other person or living being can harm her." The Eveline Sprite. Suddenly, Yang Yi asked, "Senior, do you know about the Eveline Sprite?" Snowy's greatest enemy was the Eveline Sprite. The prehistoric expert replied with a question. "What? There's an Eveline Sprite in this world?" Yang Yi nodded. "We've met it. Snowy almost died at its hands." The prehistoric expert suddenly asked, "How did she survive?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "That treasure within me." He hadn't mentioned Tianxiu because his intuition told him that it was best to not let anyone know how special Tianxiu was. The prehistoric expert said, right, that treasure should be able to fight back against the eviling sprite. However, it probably can't harm the eviling sprite. Yang Yi said, Senior, do you know about its origins? I know a little. The prehistoric expert explained. Actually, there are many living beings that are very similar to sprite lords and universe sprites. The sprite lord is of utmost kindness, but the eviling sprite is of utmost evil. If there's yin, there's yang. If there's light, there's darkness. The eviling sprite is the darkest part of the universe, and it's the evilest living being. It's born with the world, so unless the universe is destroyed, it will remain. Of course, there are some forces capable of killing it, but those are very, very few. Utmost evil. Yang Ye's face was extremely gloomy because he knew the eviling sprite was not just any ordinary enemy. Meanwhile, the prehistoric expert added, it's a natural enemy of sprite lords and universe sprites. A mature sprite lord naturally has no reason to fear it, but your sprite lord hasn't fully matured yet. So, she should be no match for it right now. Yang Yi nodded. So, I hope Snowy can grow stronger. Even if she can't kill the eviling sprite, all that matters is that she has the ability to protect herself. The prehistoric expert suddenly said, leave her here and she can grow stronger. Yang Yi nodded, but I'll be staying here with her. As soon as she heard him, Snowy immediately rubbed her head against Yang Ye's chin. While she wanted to grow stronger, she didn't want to be apart from Yang Yi, and she didn't want to be apart from Tian Xiu, the primordial pagoda, and Little Sky either. She would be really lonely without them. Fortunately, Yang Yi was staying. Meanwhile, the prehistoric expert said, I know what you're worried about. Actually, to be honest, even if I plan on harming you, I would never harm her. My race promised our sprite lord that we would protect all sprite lords forever. While this sprite lord of yours refuses to stay with me, I still would never harm her. Yang Yi shook his head, Senior. It's not what you think. I wouldn't have brought her here if I didn't trust you. The reason I'm staying is because I can't bear to leave this little fellow. I want to stay by her side. Moreover, she'll work harder while I'm here. Otherwise, she'll start slacking off. I'm sure you won't be able to do anything about that. Slacking off. Snowy blinked with an extremely innocent expression on her face. The prehistoric expert replied, fine. Just like that, Yang Yi stayed in the prehistoric ruins. As for the matters of the outside world, he was paying attention to that at all times. Because the spirit energy in the human dimension was gradually returning, Yang Lianshuang and the others had no need to move. However, Yang Yi had asked them to restrain their activities and try to keep a low profile. The large universe was facing troubled times, especially when Yang Lianshuang and the others were linked to Yang Yi. So, if others found them, it would definitely be an extremely dangerous thing. Besides that, he asked Yang Lianshuang to pay close attention to the actions of the Alliance of All and the Four Paths. Presently, the large universe seemed calm, but that was not the case at all. It was the calm before the storm. The strength the other races had revealed previously hadn't just deterred the God race, it had deterred the Four Paths too. The other races had truly joined forces, and they were a force capable of fighting any one of the Four Paths. Now, the Four Paths feared the other races a little. They didn't just have to take precautions against the other three paths, they had to take precautions against the God race and their greatest enemies. In short, the large universe was divided into many factions right now. The Four Paths remained on their own, the other races had joined forces into the Alliance of All, the God race was another faction, and there were other mysterious organizations hidden in the shadows. So, all the large universe needed right now was a fuse. Besides that, the Alliance of All didn't just treat the God race as their only opponent. That incident in the God battlefield had allowed them to realize that there were other powers scheming against them, and that was why they hadn't fought the God race to the death when they had a slight advantage that day. They didn't want someone else to reap the rewards of their efforts. Regardless of how the situation in the large universe was, Yang Yi and Snowy had a peaceful life. Since Snowy started focusing on cultivating, and especially after she received the guidance of that prehistoric expert, Snowy could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. Presently, Snowy had learned how to combine energies. For example, she could create lightning, a storm, flames. She could create any force of nature. According to the prehistoric expert, it was called elemental combination. It was the process of combining all sorts of invisible elements to form a variety of mysterious and powerful forces. Yang Yi wanted to learn it too. Unfortunately, only Snowy could. As for the reason, it was very simple. Those elements would take the initiative to get close to Snowy, and they would willingly let her control them. It could be said that Snowy faced no difficulties when learning all of this. However, if it was Yang Yi, it would be absolutely difficult. Rejection. Those elements rejected him. If he tried to combine them by force, he would suffer their counterattack. However, Snowy didn't experience any of that, and they would obey her every command. She was blessed by nature. This time, Yang Yi finally witnessed how terrifying Snowy was. Just like that, time trickled by. 3 months later, one day, the entire large universe was suddenly filled with clamorous noise. One of the 4 paths, the Confucianist path, had been completely slaughtered overnight. The Confucianist path had been slaughtered. The entire large universe was shocked. Chapter 21-29 No. Absolutely not. Chapter 21-29 No. Absolutely not. The Confucianist path had been slaughtered. It could be described as an extremely explosive piece of news. What kind of power was it? It was one of the 4 paths, and it was one of the top powers in the large universe. So, what kind of power had been able to annihilate it without making a sound? Even the joint forces of the other 3 paths wasn't capable of that. So, the entire large universe fell into silence. Everyone was worried. It could be said that the organizations of the entire large universe had started to panic slightly. The prehistoric ruins. When Yang Yi received news of it, an extremely solemn expression appeared on his face too. After all, it was impossible for a single person to slaughter the Confucianist path before anyone found out. After all, it had a progenitor. So what happened to that progenitor? Was the progenitor dead? In the hall, Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Even he sensed an indescribable feeling of coldness. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyou's voice resounded before him. Do you want to have a look at the Confucianist dimension? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. He wanted to take a look there too. It just happened that Snowy was almost done with her studies too. She's learned all the necessary techniques from the prehistoric expert and committed them to memory. So, she just had to work hard from now on. Yang Yi walked over to the casket, Senior. Something has occurred in the large universe, and I plan to go have a look. The prehistoric expert asked, The Confucianist path? Yang Yi glanced at the casket. I didn't expect you to find out so soon. I pay attention to the large universe. The prehistoric expert continued. I'm afraid it isn't that simple. Yang Yi nodded. It isn't. Senior, I'm sure you're aware of the Confucianist path's status in the large universe, but they have been slaughtered. To be honest, this world feels too dangerous to me, and I feel like hiding here forever. The prehistoric expert said, You think this place is safe? Yang Yi replied with a question, Is it not safe? The prehistoric expert fell silent for a moment and said, It's not absolutely safe. Your era is a little behind our era, but the gap isn't that huge. Moreover, some experts are extraordinarily strong even in our era. In short, just be careful. Yang Yi nodded. Farewell. Snowy imitated Yang Yi and cupped her paw while seated in Yang Yi's arms, and it was quite an amusing sight. Be careful of the eviling sprite. Meanwhile, the prehistoric expert suddenly said, It won't let your sprite lord go, because if it can devour a sprite lord, its strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Actually, it's not the only one. Anyone who devours a sprite lord will undergo a huge leap in strength. Snowy felt speechless when she heard this. After chatting with the prehistoric expert for a while longer, Yang Yi left the prehistoric ruins. The Confucianist dimension. Yang Yi started traveling toward it. He really wanted to know what kind of organization was actually able to annihilate it without making a single sound. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to get to the Confucianist path. At this moment, he noticed that he wasn't the only one here. There were many others around here. Obviously, they'd come to investigate the incident here. The Confucianist dimension hadn't been destroyed. but there were no signs of life in it. The Confucianist path was the path that had the most interactions with the outside. Its members were active in the kingdoms and empires of the mortal world because they needed to spread the teachings of the Confucianist path. Moreover, it was the path with the most followers among the four paths. Anyone who studied was practically a follower of the Confucianist path, and the Confucianist dimension was a place that countless scholars yearned to go to. Now it was gone. Once he entered the Confucianist dimension, a scent of blood assaulted his nose. The Confucianist dimension was like a small world, and the core disciples of the Confucianist path weren't its only inhabitants. There were many other residents. They stayed in the Confucianist dimension and obeyed the Confucianist path. As for the reason, it was very simple. They hoped to be selected and recruited. Yet now, every city Yang Yi passed was covered in corpses. All of their faces had terror on them. Obviously, their deaths weren't peaceful. Yang Yi went to the main city of the Confucianist dimension, Scholarly Sage City. It was the true core city of the Confucianist path. But at this moment, the city was in ruins. The entire city seemed like it had been squashed by a huge palm. It was horrible. The entire city was in an extremely terrifying state. It was covered in corpses, and blood flowed into small rivers in the city. The stench of blood. There were no souls here. Their souls had vanished. Yang Yi continued forward. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Scholarly Sage Hall, and there was a statue of an old man there. The old man had an amiable appearance, snow-white hair, and had an indescribable aura. The Confucianist progenitor. The old man was one of the supreme experts of the large universe. Yang Yi gazed at the statue for a long time, and then he went around it and entered the hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with people, and they merely glanced at Yang Yi before withdrawing their gazes. At this moment, Yang Yi was wearing a loose black robe, so no one had been able to recognize him. The hall hadn't been damaged, but there were 11 sages seated in here. 11 sages of the Confucianist path. However, there were no signs of life left in them. They were dead. Everyone's gazes in the hall converged on those sages. Who had been able to make 11 sages perish here? They were puzzled, but no one was here to give them the answer. Suddenly, one of the sages in the hall withdrew a crystal blue ball. The old man's profound energy flowed slowly into the ball, and a short while passed before he said, "Restore." As soon as he said that, the ball shook violently, and then a scene appeared within it. It was the scene in the city. Everyone's gazes converged on the ball. The city was still in a peaceful state within the ball, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. As time trickled by, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the city, and then a wave of invisible pressure suddenly pressed down upon the city in waves. In an instant, countless experts shot up into the sky from within the city. Boom! Suddenly, the ball exploded apart, and then the old man spat out a few mouthfuls of blood while moving backwards repeatedly. The hall fell completely silent. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "A mysterious force covered this dimension." At that moment, it was like a sealed-off dimension, so even if it was destroyed, no one would have been able to sense what happened. It isn't something a single person can accomplish. It wasn't someone a single person could accomplish. So, there was a problem now. Which organization had the strength to do this? They had no answer. Meanwhile, the old man glanced at the people here. "I'm sure you're all from the various races of the other 3 paths, right?" They gazed at the old man. The old man said, "The large universe is really going to fall into chaos. Now, all of you, the various races, the other 3 paths, and even the God race will have to live in fear. Allow me to be honest. If all of you continue fighting against each other, everyone might perish in the end." He turned around and left once he finished speaking. The hall fell silent again. Meanwhile, one of the middle-aged men suddenly said, "The Confucianist path has been annihilated, but what about its progenitor? Has he been killed too?" Was the Confucianist progenitor killed too? Yang Yi frowned. If the Confucianist progenitor had been killed, the organization which annihilated the Confucianist path was truly too terrifying. Besides that, the other 3 paths hadn't made any sort of response until now. That was quite unusual. Some people started to leave the hall. In the end, Only Yang Yi remained. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and noticed nothing out of the ordinary, so he planned to leave too. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. "Young brother, please wait." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly clenched his fists. Yang Yi turned to look at the nearby statue, the Confucianist progenitor's statue. The voice had come from there. Meanwhile, an ethereal figure appeared above the statue. It was the Confucianist progenitor. The Confucianist progenitor sized up Yang Yi and said, "Young brother, you're Yang Yi, right?" Yang Yi nodded. The Confucianist progenitor grinned. "Looks like we're tied together by quite a bit of destiny." Yang Yi was quite stunned. "Huh? Destiny? What kind of games is this old man playing?" Meanwhile, the Confucianist progenitor said, "It's gone. Countless years of effort gone just like that." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Senior, what happened here?" The Confucianist progenitor shook his head slightly. "I lost. A single loss made me lose everything." Yang Yi was puzzled and wanted to say something, but the Confucianist progenitor suddenly said, "Among the 4 paths, I think my path is the only one which didn't target you, right?" Yang Yi gazed at him. "Senior, what are you trying to say?" The Confucianist progenitor replied, "Do you know what kind of existence the Confucianist path is in the large universe?" Yang Yi shook his head. The Confucianist progenitor smiled. "We pass down culture. Just think about it. If the Confucianist path ceases to exist in the large universe, then what will the large universe be like without culture? Of course, it won't affect this generation. But what about the next and the generation after that? Since my Confucianist path was created, we established basic human ethics and educated all living beings. We allowed all living beings to learn about etiquette, shame, and all living beings. My Confucianist path has done nothing to harm the large universe." Yang Yi fell silent. If he were to be honest, it was just as the Confucianist progenitor had said. If the Confucianist path hadn't passed down culture and spread it through the world, the large universe would definitely not be this civilized. The Confucianist progenitor walked over to Yang Yi. "Young brother, I have a request." "A request?" Yang Yi immediately knew that it would definitely be a huge amount of trouble. So, he was about to refuse immediately, but the Confucianist progenitor suddenly withdrew a black brush and passed it over to Yang Yi. "The scholarly sage brush, the #1 treasure of my Confucianist path. It can write in the heart of the world, the cycle of rebirth for all things, overturn yin and yang. Now, it's yours." "No, no." Suddenly, Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. "Senior, you're too kind. I can't accept such a huge gift. I absolutely can't. No, I really can't. Please take it back immediately." Chapter 2130, The Confucianist Dimension. Chapter 2130, The Confucianist Dimension. He couldn't take it. He absolutely couldn't. It wasn't that the brush wasn't good enough. It was that Yang Yi knew he would have a huge amount of trouble to deal with if he accepted it. It would absolutely not be any ordinary trouble either. So, had decisively chosen to refuse. The Confucianist progenitor sighed softly. "I see you understand everything well." Yang Yi said, "Senior, I don't know what happened here, but I believe that no matter what it was, it isn't something I can interfere in. That brush is very good, but I don't think I can stay alive long enough to use it." The Confucianist progenitor nodded slightly. "That is true." He paused for a moment and said, "Young brother, I won't force you. How about this? You help me with something, just something small." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior, tell me about it first." The Confucianist progenitor nodded. "The Confucianist path in the Confucianist dimension is gone, but it doesn't mean that my Confucianist path is completely annihilated. There's a child in one of the 3 sacred grounds of the human race, nature's sacred grounds. The child is called Lin Shuya. Young brother, can you give this to him?" Yang Yi glanced at the Confucianist progenitor, and the latter smiled. "I'm sure you're wondering why I'm not going there myself, right?" Yang Yi nodded. The Confucianist progenitor smiled. "If I go there, that child's life will probably never be peaceful again. Moreover, I can't go anywhere right now." Yang Yi gazed at the Confucianist progenitor with bewilderment. "Huh?" The latter shook his head slightly. There are some things that won't benefit you at all if you find out about them now. Yang Yi nodded. Then I want ask. He grabbed the brush as he spoke, but he noticed that he couldn't move it at all. Yang Yi gazed at the Confucianist progenitor. The old man smiled. Only someone with a sufficiently strong scholarly aura can obtain its acknowledgement and pick it up. Yang Yi shrugged. Obviously, it doesn't acknowledge me. The Confucianist progenitor said, That's very normal. Just like how your sword would never acknowledge me, right? As he spoke, he tapped forward, and the brush entered the primordial pagoda. The Confucianist progenitor said, Only that treasure within you can endure its strength. As he spoke, he suddenly tapped Yang Ye's forehead. In an instant, a wave of energy entered Yang Ye's forehead. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's that? The Confucianist progenitor explained, My scholarly energy. I noticed that your body has some flaws, so I plan to help you mend them. My energy will ceaselessly perfect your body. While it can't help your body rise a level higher, it's very suitable for you right now. Besides that, it has other advantages that you can slowly explore in the future. Suddenly, Yang Yi asked, Senior, are you gone? The old man smiled. You're really quite curious. His smile gradually vanished. No, but I'm on the verge of it. Young brother, the large universe's future. He didn't continue speaking at this point. Yang Yi wanted to ask more, but the old man's figure gradually turned ethereal. When he was about to vanish completely, he glanced at the corpses of those dead sages and spoke softly. Some things can be done, some can't. Some things can be done, some can't. Yang Yi frowned. What does he mean by that? However, Yang Yi didn't get an answer because the Confucianist progenitor had vanished completely. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and left slowly. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy sized up the scholarly sage brush with curiosity and frequently touched it. The brush didn't refuse her, and even took the initiative to get close to Snowy. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head at the sight of this. Snowy was truly blessed by nature. As far as he knew, anything with a consciousness of its own liked Snowy, even the sword supreme's spirit. However, it was normal because staying with Snowy represented an endless supply of spirit energy. Moreover, Snowy was pure and kind, and she had no ill intent towards anyone. So, they were naturally fond of getting close to her. Yang Yi returned to the outside world, glanced at the surroundings, and then vanished on the spot. Not long after Yang Yi left, the entire hall and city turned ethereal, and then they just vanished without making a sound. At this point, the Confucianist path could be said to have vanished to a certain extent. Now, it was like a dark cloud was above the large universe, and it made everyone's hearts feel heavy. After this incident, the other races' alliance grew even stronger. Now, they were extremely united and truly united to the point of supporting any member in trouble, because they felt threatened. Besides that, the other three paths didn't leave their dimensions as well. A storm was coming to the large universe. After he left the Confucianist dimension, Yang Yi received a transmission from Yang Lianshuang. She said, Did you find out anything? Yang Yi replied, Nothing much. Why? Were you unable to find out anything too? Yes. Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. I'm unable to investigate it at all. There wasn't even a trace left behind. Not even a tiny one. It's absolutely not something any single organization could accomplish. Even if the other three paths joined forces, it would be impossible to annihilate the Confucianist path. At the very least, it would be impossible to accomplish it without making a single sound. However, there had been no news until after it was annihilated. Yang Yi asked, Who was the first to find out that the Confucianist path had been destroyed? She replied, I don't know. Yang Lianshuang's voice sounded serious at this point. This incident isn't that simple. According to my inference, there's probably another mysterious organization besides the God race, and they are probably the most terrifying of them all. Yang Yi said, They'll go ask the God race. Perhaps they know something. That's what I was thinking. She continued, Right, can I trust the God race? Yes. Yang Yi continued, Why? Yang Lianshuang replied, It's nothing. I just want to work together with them in terms of expanding our information network. No. Yang Yi continued, Lianshuang, I know you have ambition, but it's best to lay low as much as we can right now. The safety of all of you is the most important thing to me, understand? She really didn't want her to be swept into the conflict between the god race and the alliance of all. Yang Lianshuang fell silent for a long time, and then she said, I understand. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Right, I've contacted those fellows from the Nether Pavilion. The Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi had naturally not forgotten them. Yang Yi asked, where are they? Yang Lianshuang chuckled, in a place you don't know. Moreover, they are all at the major Zen realm. They can even kill sages with ease once they join forces. Yang Yi had a smile on his face. Every single one of them possessed extremely formidable natural talent. But when the Nether Pavilion was mentioned, it made him think of a person, Xiao Xiyo, its hall master, and he wondered if she was still alive. There's one other person. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang said, in Nanjing, you still remember her, right? Yang Yi replied, of course. She's at Martial Emperor Academy. Yang Lianshuang continued, according to my knowledge, her status there is pretty high. Or I should say that she's the #1 senior sister in its younger generation. #1. Yang Yi couldn't help but grin. And Nanjing had always possessed the greatest natural talent amongst everyone he knew. If he hadn't possessed a set of divine treasures, he would really not be confident in being able to defeat a Nanjing in a one-on-one battle. And Nanjing's instinct in combat and technique were the best head ever seen amongst the younger generation. There's one more person. Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang added, there's a woman looking for you. She has been searching through many worlds for you. Searching for me? A woman? Yang Yi frowned. Who? Yang Lianshuang smiled. Someone who possesses terrifying natural talent in the Sword Dao. According to my knowledge, she's only in the Zen realm right now, but she can fight sages. A woman? A sword cultivator? Yang Yi thought for a moment. But besides Lu Weiner and Su Qingshi, he couldn't think of any other woman who was good at the sword. But they were definitely not the person Yang Lianshuang was speaking about. Yang Yi was about to ask her for more information when she said, let me keep it a surprise for you. I've been secretly drawing her over here. I believe it won't take long for her to arrive here. You just be careful. Besides that, don't forget to tell me if you find out about anything from the god race. As soon as she finished speaking, he cut off the communication with Yang Yi. Yang Yi puckered his lips, sigh. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. God Battlefield. Yang Yi arrived at God Battlefield again, and then he went to the underground city. He met that demon beast at the city, the royal crocodile. It was just lying before the city like a small mountain. When it saw Yang Yi, it merely glanced at him and closed its eyes. Presently, Yang Yi was quite close to the god race. Yang Yi entered the city and went to Ding Xiaoyao's residence. As expected, he found her here. Ding Xiaoyao asked, you're here because of the Confucianist path? Yang Yi nodded. You should have heard about it too. So, do you have any leads? Ding Xiaoyao replied, a little. Yang Yi couldn't help but glance at her. The god race's ability was much greater than had ever imagined. Right. Suddenly, she said, ask Lianshuang to keep a low profile. Her organization is growing too quickly, and the three paths have started to notice her. Yang Yi gazed at Ding Xiaoyao and asked curiously, you know Lianshuang? Ding Xiaoyao grinned. I met her in the medium universe. I see. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Ding Xiaoyao waved her hand. In an instant, a crystal blue screen of light appeared before them, and it was the Confucianist dimension. At this moment, it was in a peaceful state. Yang Yi stared at it. Around 10 breaths of time later, Yang Yi's eyes suddenly opened wide. How can this be? How can this be? Oh. Chapter 2131 Nether. Chapter 2131 Nether. On the screen, a huge black cloud suddenly appeared in the calm skies of the Confucianist dimension, and then a woman walked out slowly from within. Yang Yi had seen this woman in the past. She was none other than Xiao Xiyo, whom had met when leaving the lower universe. Xiao Xiyo, the master of Nether Pavilion. That was the reason for Yang Yi's shock. The Confucianist path's destruction was actually linked to her. Yang Yi suppressed the shock within him and continued watching. After Xiao Xiyo appeared there, countless experts shot up into the sky toward her. Suddenly, the scene before him stopped. The screen of light vanished. Ding Xiaoyao suddenly asked, "You recognize her?" Yang Yi nodded. "I've met her once. She's from the lower universe, and she once established an organization called the Nether Pavilion. I'm friends with the members of her Nether Pavilion. I didn't expect this incident to be linked to her." The Nether Pavilion. Ding Xiaoyao frowned slightly. She fell silent for a moment, and then she waved her right hand. A moment later, a scroll appeared before her. It was quite old and tattered, and it was even missing a few edges. An ancient scroll. Ding Xiaoyao continued. Recorded within it is some history from before my god race's time. She opened it, and a short while passed before she frowned slightly. Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" She passed the scroll to him. "Have a look." Yang Yi opened it, and it didn't take long for him to frown. On the scroll were the words, Nether Pavilion, Ancient Sect. That's all there was there, as the rest wasn't there. "It's not an ordinary organization." Ding Xiaoyao spoke abruptly. "It's interesting that they existed before my god race." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "How much does your god race know about the history before your time?" Ding Xiaoyao shook her head slightly. "We don't know much. That part of history is a little blank. The reason we have some information is because Patriarch Shi Tian used supreme divine abilities and the precious treasure of my god race, the Nirvana Mirror, to explore the past as a person from the future. However, he didn't gain much." Yang Yi nodded. "No matter what, both you and Jir should be careful. The situation in the large universe has grown even more complicated, especially for your god race. Not only are the other races targeting you, the other three paths are doing the same. Just the slightest mistake may bring annihilation." "Of course." Ding Xiaoyao smiled. "We won't be careless, and we're even going to keep a low profile now because we have some things to do." Yang Yi asked, "What about once you're done?" Ding Xiaoyao smiled. "What do you think?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "No matter what, be careful. I have some other things to attend to, so farewell." Yang Yi turned around and left. Once Yang Yi left, Jir appeared by Ding Xiaoyao's side. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at her. "Is everything prepared?" Jir nodded slightly. At a moment's notice, she gazed at the direction Yang Yi had left toward. "I can see that he has a relationship with the Nether Pavilion." Ding Xiaoyao replied, "It's fine. We don't have any conflict with them either. Moreover, everything is unpredictable right now in this current state of things. Besides that, that person has shown herself. Don't forget that her unique network of relationships and abilities are what we should really fear." Jir replied, "Is even the eviling sprite unable to fight her?" Ding Xiaoyao shook her head slightly. "We can't entrust our hopes to someone else. All those years ago, our god race placed our hopes in someone else, and that was the cause of the horrible fate we suffered. This time, we can't make the same mistake." Jir nodded. "True. All right, let's go." A moment later, both of them left. Once he left God Battlefield, Yang Yi shot toward the human dimension on his sword. Since had given the Confucianist progenitor his word, he had to keep it. Moreover, the old man had given him that strand of scholarly energy, and it was extremely helpful to him. Even now, he could sense that his body was soundlessly undergoing some sort of change, and it was definitely a good thing for him right now. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to get to the human dimension. Through Yang Lianshuang, he found out where nature's sacred grounds was. Based on his current strength, unless a progenitor acted against him, ordinary sages couldn't stop him at all. Yang Yi arrived at a mountain range. It was a mountain range at the southernmost edge of the human dimension, and it was a boundless mountain range. Nature's sacred ground was situated within the mountain range. Now, Yang Yi had a problem. How to find Shuya? Go inside openly? Based on the current situation, if he did that, then they may immediately notify the human dimension. After all, the human dimension and the other races had joined forces, and he would definitely be unable to resist their joint forces. So, Yang Yi decided to sneak in. Yang Yi arrived at the foot of the mountain, and the towering mountain before him was like a towering sword. It was Nature Mountain. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed divine senses sweeping the area incessantly. Yang Yi avoided them and entered the mountain. At the top of the mountain, There was a courtyard here. Yang Yi snuck into it. Once he entered it, he noticed a statue here. It was the statue of the Confucianist progenitor. Obviously, nature's sacred grounds was linked to the Confucianist progenitor. Once he entered the courtyard, Yang Yi was about to find someone to ask about Shuya's whereabouts when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The middle-aged man asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "I underestimated them a little. None of these ancient powers are ordinary." Yang Yi undid his black robe. "It's you." The middle-aged man frowned. He naturally recognized Yang Yi. After all, did anyone in the human dimension not recognize him? Perhaps it was a little exaggerated to say that, but it was a fact. Yang Yi was really renowned in the human race. However, it wasn't a good reputation that he had. It was a bad one. Traitor of the human race. That was Yang Yi's crime. Yang Yi said, "I'm not here to cause trouble." The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "That should be true, because my nature's sacred ground hasn't done anything to offend you." Nature's sacred ground had investigated Yang Yi too. While Yang Yi liked to kill, he had never taken the initiative to offend any organization. So, as far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was the type of person who wouldn't offend unless offended. Yang Yi said, "What's your position here?" "Lin Jun," the middle-aged man continued, "the master of nature's sacred ground." Yang Yi nodded. "I'm sure you've heard about what happened in the Confucianist dimension, right?" The man replied, "I have." Yang Yi said, "I'm here to look for someone on behalf of the Confucianist progenitor." The Confucianist progenitor. Lin Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. "He sent you here?" Yang Yi nodded. Lin Jun took a deep breath and said, "Young brother Yang, please come with me." Even the way he addressed Yang Yi had changed. Yang Yi glanced at Lin Jun and followed him. Yang Yi followed Lin Jun to a hall, and Lin Jun gestured for him to sit. Yang Yi sat on a stone chair. Meanwhile, Lin Jun said, "The Confucianist progenitor is an ancestor of my Lin clan." The Confucianist progenitor was an ancestor of the Lin clan. Yang Yi was quite surprised by this piece of information. Lin Jun continued, "What happened in the Confucianist dimension was beyond anything my Lin clan ever expected." He shook his head. "Forget that. Since our ancestor sent you, he probably sent you here for a reason, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "I'm here to look for someone. His name is Shuya." "Shuya?" Lin Jun frowned. "Shuya?" Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" Lin Jun replied, "Young brother, please wait a moment. I'll search for him." As soon as he finished speaking, an old man appeared by his side. The old man nodded and left. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "I'm quite surprised." Lin Jun grinned. "I know what you mean. You're surprised about why I'm not hostile towards you." Yang Yi nodded. Lin Jun replied, "Actually, it's because of my ancestor. My ancestor wanted our clan to stay away from these conflicts and keep a low profile. He wanted us to try our best to keep a low profile." Keep a low profile. Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything. Because the old man had returned to Lin Jun's side, and there was a boy beside the old man. The boy was around 8 or 9 years of age. The boy was quite timid. He glanced at Yang Yi and Lin Jun, and then he went over to Lin Jun and said, "PP Patriarch." He wasn't nervous. He was stuttering a little. Lin Jun nodded slightly and gazed at the old man. The old man said, "Shuya is an orphan. His father was a young master of our clan, but his mother was a maidservant. That's why he wasn't recorded in our Lin clan's register." Lin Jun couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to Shuya. Shuya clearly seemed quite nervous, but he didn't move back. Yang Yi squatted down and spoke softly, "Have you suffered a lot?" Shuya hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yang Yi asked, "Do you resent them?" Shuya shook his head. Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Shuya hesitated for a moment and spoke softly, "Suffering can temper me, and overcoming all odds will lead to rebirth." Lin Jun suddenly gazed at Shuya when he heard this, and there was a different light in his eyes. Yang Yi rubbed Shuya's head and said, "Do you like to read?" "I do." Shuya nodded with certainty. Suddenly, the old man spoke from the side. "I just found out that he does odd jobs in the library. The other young masters of our clan dislike studying and prefer practicing in combat. So, He's practically the only one studying in the library. Chapter 21:32 Nether Maiden. Chapter 21:32 Nether Maiden. Linjin asked, "Who's teaching there?" The old man hesitated for a moment and replied, "I can't tell for sure either. Patriarch, I'm sure you're aware that while our Lin clan is a clan of scholars, we focus on martial cultivation. So, practically no one cares about that." Meanwhile, Shuya suddenly said, "It was Grandpa Scholar." Grandpa Scholar? Linjin's body trembled slightly. A short while passed before he walked over to Shuya and asked, "What did he tell you?" Shuya replied softly, "A gentleman should always work hard on improvement." Linjin fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi withdrew the scholarly sage brush and passed it to Shuya, and the latter gazed at Yang Yi with bewilderment. Yang Yi smiled, "It's for you." But Shuya shook his head. "No, I did nothing to deserve it." Yang Yi replied, "It's a very, very good treasure." Shuya shook his head, and he was adamant on it. Suddenly, the brush shrunk down to the size of an ordinary brush. Shuya glanced at it and was slightly tempted, because he dreamed of obtaining a brush, but he still shook his head. Yang Yi glanced at Shuya's pockets. There was half a bun there. Yang Yi smiled. "Why don't we do this? I'm very hungry, so we'll trade this brush for that bun, all right?" Shuya looked up at Yang Yi and asked, "Oh, really?" Yang Yi nodded. Shuya hesitated for a moment, and then he passed it to Yang Yi. "Big brother, this bun isn't worth that brush, so I can't trade it with you. Gentlemen don't bully others." As he spoke, he bowed respectfully to Lin Jun. "Patriarch, I'm going to sweep the library. I'm leaving." He left decisively once he finished speaking. Suddenly, the brush transformed into a ray of golden light that entered his body, but Shuya didn't notice it. Lin Jun gazed at Yang Yi. "What was that?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "The scholarly sage brush." Lin Jun and the old man's figures stiffened upon hearing that. A long time passed before Lin Jun took a deep breath and said, "From this moment onward, Shuya is my personal disciple, and he's the next patriarch of the Lin clan." His voice was trembling. The Confucianist progenitor had taken a liking to him, and the scholarly sage brush had chosen him. It was obvious that Shuya wasn't ordinary. Even if Shuya was very ordinary now, and there was nothing outstanding about him, Lin Jun had made that decision without the slightest hesitation. The scholarly sage brush, the #1 treasure of the Confucianist path. With that in the Lin clan's possession, the Lin clan would definitely rise up if it didn't court death along the way. As for the child called Shuya, he would definitely be extraordinary in the future. Actually, Yang Ye's way of thinking was different. Lin Jun thought highly of Shuya because of the scholarly sage brush, but Yang Yi didn't. Shuya was of lowly birth, yet he held no resentment. Moreover, he was a man of principle, and it was something that many couldn't accomplish. The first half of a person's life depended on natural talent, but the second half depended on mentality and character. Mentality was more important than natural talent. Meanwhile, Lin Jun gazed at Yang Yi. "I have to thank you for this." The scholarly sage brush was no ordinary treasure. Since Yang Yi had been able to avoid trying to take possession of it and had brought it to the Lin clan instead, it really surprised him. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "Patriarch Lin, I'm sure you've realized that his natural talent isn't very good. However, natural talent isn't everything. All those years ago, I was just a labor disciple. While my natural talent wasn't very bad in my sect, it wasn't the best. But I've come all the way here now." Lin Jun naturally understood what Yang Yi meant. He immediately nodded. "Don't worry, I won't treat him unfairly. Even if he's ordinary before the age of 20, I still won't treat him unfairly." Yang Yi smiled. "Patriarch Lin, you probably will have to give him even more time. Of course, I'm sure you know better when it comes to how to nurture a child. Nurture the child's mentality and nurture the child's natural talent. I'm only saying all of this because of that bond. I wouldn't be able to sleep well if I didn't say a few words on his behalf after taking his bun for no reason." Lin Jun couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "Anyway, thank you." Yang Yi nodded. "It's time for me to go too. If anyone finds out I'm here, your clan will probably face quite a bit of trouble." Lin Jin pondered deeply for a moment and said, "It's best if you are careful in the near future." Yang Yi gazed at Lin Jin. Huh? Lin Jin hesitated for a moment and said, "According to my knowledge, the Alliance of All has no intention of sparing you. Because you have that Sprite Lord, and every faction needs a Sprite Lord now. They really need one. Some large-scale teleportation formations and other things all require spirit energy, and a Sprite Lord is a living treasury of spirit energy. So, they will definitely target you. Even though my Lin clan isn't among the higher-ups of the Alliance of All, we still have access to some information. They should be taking action soon." Yang Yi nodded. "Thank you for the warning. Farewell." Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer and left. Once he left, the old man beside Lin Jin suddenly said, "He's not like the rumors say." Lin Jin nodded. "Looks like the sovereign of man really can't be fully trusted." The old man said, "It's an impasse. Perhaps his enmity with the sovereign of man can be resolved, but he possesses a Sprite Lord. As far as the Alliance of All is concerned, they must obtain the Sprite Lord. Even if they can't obtain it, they absolutely can't let it fall into the hands of the God race. Once the Sprite Lord falls into the hands of the God race, it represents that the God race will hold control of all spirit energy, and it's absolutely not something they want." Lin Jin nodded slightly. "No matter what, it has nothing to do with our Lin clan. From this moment onward, place our focus on Shuya, and don't change his current life. Try your best to create some difficulties for him, and then slowly improve his current situation. His mental state will be spoiled if he instantly becomes the center of our Lin clan." "All right." The old man nodded and left. After he left nature's sacred grounds, Yang Yi didn't leave the human dimension. He went to Yang Lianshuang's location instead. He wanted to go look for everyone from the Nether Pavilion. When it came to Shao Xia's appearance in the Confucianist dimension, Yang Yi wanted to figure out everything about it. While these organizations had nothing to do with him, it was best to take precautions against them. After all, he wasn't alone in the large universe. There were many people linked to him. In a room, Yang Lianshuang remained silent for a long time before she said, "Is it really linked to Shao Xia?" Yang Yi nodded. Yang Lianshuang frowned, and she fell silent again. A long time passed before she stood up and said, "Seriously, I feel like the entire large universe is in a huge vortex. I've gained a lot of information from you. The Alliance of All, the Three Paths, Martial Emperor Academy, the Prehistoric Race, and the Universe Sprite. Besides that, there's the question about why the prehistoric race vanished mysteriously and why they've shown themselves again now. And then there's Shao Xiao. The Nether Pavilion existed in the past, so why has it shown itself again now? It's so chaotic." "It is." Yang Yi continued. "Now, we are within this vortex, and we can't escape. Strength." Yang Lianshuang spoke abruptly. "Your current strength is strong, very, very strong. You're strong to the point of being capable of killing sages. However, it's still too weak before some organizations. But you have a Sprite Lord and the precious treasure of the Tao Path. So, your life is destined to never be peaceful. What I'm trying to say is, you must get stronger." Yang Yi shook his head. "I can't advance to the sage realm in a short amount of time." He was no monstrous genius, so he couldn't just advance to a higher realm of cultivation because he wanted to. Yang Lianshuang nodded slightly. "True. I was being too impatient." "Right. You wanted Nether Maiden's whereabouts, and I have it. You'll definitely never guess what she's doing." Yang Yi asked, "What?" Yang Lianshuang smiled. "She's actually learning how to be a doctor, and she's treating patients every day. She's having quite a nice life now." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "They'll go pay her a visit." Yang Lianshuang, "Are you really just going there to pay her a visit?" Yang Yi replied, "Yes. Well, I really want them to come with me because I'll be much more confident in dealing with the Alliance of All if I have them by my side. I don't want to disturb their peaceful lives." Yang Lianshuang said, "If you really don't want to disturb her, then don't go see her." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm going to see them because I have something to tell them. Besides that, you're being too pedantic. Being unwilling to trouble them doesn't mean that I can't even meet them." Yang Lianshuang said, "Do as you like. What about in Nanjing?" Yang Yi asked, "Martial Emperor Academy?" She nodded. "Do you want me to contact her?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. I'll go look for her myself." Meanwhile, young Lianshuang said, "You really must drag her over to our side. Her natural talent is the most terrifying I've ever seen. Once she gets serious, I think even you may not be a match for her." Yang Yi smiled. That is true. Actually, he was really curious about how strong in Nanjing was now. After chatting with young Lianshuang for a while, Yang Yi left. There was a remote area to the south of the human dimension, and there was a small city there. It wasn't really quite small because it only had around 100,000 residents. A black-robed man suddenly appeared at its entrance. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at the city. Northern Arrival City. Yang Yi entered the city and walked along its streets to a corner. There was an inconspicuous shop there, and there was a woman in it. Bare feet, linen clothes, and a linen dress. It was Nether Maiden. At this moment, she was looking down while inspecting the herbs and other treasures before her. Yang Yi was about to go over when clamorous noise suddenly resounded in the city. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a cavalry rush swiftly in this direction while led by a young man. It didn't take long for the young man and the cavalry behind him to stop in front of Nether Maiden's shop. The young man leaped off his horse and strode over to Nether Maiden. "Woman, I've lost my patience. All I want to know today is if you're going to come with me." Nether Maiden didn't even look up at him, no. The young man was livid when he heard this. "Woman, if I get angry, even the world will tremble before me." Yang Yi was stunned speechless by this. Chapter 2133, Why Don't You Try? Chapter 2133, Why Don't You Try? As soon as the young man finished speaking, Nether Maiden stopped and looked up at him. "Is that so?" Her voice was very indifferent. The more she acted like that, the more furious he got. The young man suddenly tried to grab her, and she didn't do anything in response. Right when his hand was about to grab her hair, a hand grabbed his wrist. The young man turned around, and he saw a black-robed man had suddenly appeared by his side. "Fuck off!" The young man howled with fury. Bam! A figure was blasted flying, and it slammed into a house, causing the house to collapse. All of this had happened too quickly, and it was to the point that the cavalry behind the young man hadn't even been able to react to it. However, they'd reacted now. "How dare you!" One of them roared with fury and intended to attack. Bang! 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 Muffled explosions resounded incessantly, and all of them were instantly blasted away. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned by this scene. As for the black-robed man, it was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi walked over to Nether Maiden and said, "Long time no see." She looked him in the eyes. "It really is you." Yang Yi asked, "You noticed my presence?" She replied, "I sensed your aura, but I wasn't very sure." Yang Yi smiled. "Let's talk somewhere else?" She nodded. "Come with me." Suddenly, a ferocious voice came from afar. "You're dead. You are both dead." Yang Yi turned around and noticed it was the young man's head slapped flying. Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at Nether Maiden. "Let's go." She turned around and walked away. Suddenly, the young man howled crazily. "Bitch! You bitch! It'll make living worse than death for you. Ill." His voice stopped abruptly because his head had soundless rolled off his neck. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi said, "Let's go." Nether Maiden said, "You're still so violent." Yang Yi replied, "It's an old habit I can't change." Nether Maiden nodded. "Come with me." Yang Yi followed Nether Maiden into an ordinary house. The furniture within it was very simple, just a bed, table, and chair. Nether Maiden asked, "Did you come to see me for a reason?" Yang Yi nodded. "Second sister is on the verge of revival." Nether Maiden looked up at Yang Yi, and a long time passed before she said, "I knew you wouldn't let me down." Yang Yi replied, "She died because of me. There's no need to blame yourself." Nether Maiden continued, "She treated you like her own younger brother, and as far as she's concerned, you're as important as all of us sisters." Yang Yi said, "Let's not continue on that topic. I came to give second sister to you. I think the first thing she would want upon waking up is to see all of you." Nether Maiden thought for a while and replied, "All right." Yang Yi passed the casket to Nether Maiden. As for Zier, She was fine now, and it was only a matter of time before she woke up. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Right, I have something to ask you." Nether Maiden gazed at him. Yang Yi asked, "What do you know about your Hall Master, Xiao Siyo?" "Hall Master Siyo?" Nether Maiden frowned slightly. "Why?" Yang Yi shook his head. "Just asking." Nether Maiden glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I don't know much about her. All I do know is that she has always been very mysterious. However, eldest sister may know a little more." "Sky Maiden?" Yang Yi asked, "Where has Sky Maiden gone?" Nether Maiden replied, "The spirit race. She supposedly went to look for something." "Right. Why are you suddenly asking about Hall Master Xiao Siyo? Has she shown herself?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. "It isn't anything important. Anyway, I have some other things to do. So farewell. I'll come visit you another day." Yang Yi turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Nether Maiden didn't make him stay and just frowned slightly instead. Around 15 minutes after Yang Yi left, a black-robed figure appeared in the room. Nether Maiden's eyes narrowed slightly while she clenched her fists slowly. However, the black-robed figure suddenly removed the black robe's hood. Nether Maiden's pupils constricted. "It's you." The black-robed figure nodded. "Come with me." The black-robed figure turned around and left. Nether Maiden fell silent on the spot for a moment, and then she followed the black-robed figure. Meanwhile, as soon as he left the city, a middle-aged man and 3 old men obstructed Yang Yi's path. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi glanced at them, and he noticed that all of them were at the Zen realm. Yang Yi said, "I presume you're here for that young man from before." The middle-aged man replied, "Yes." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "I think all of you should leave." The middle-aged man said, "I'm quite reluctant to do that." Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. As soon as he vanished, the middle-aged man and the others' expressions had changed drastically. The middle-aged man's reaction was slightly faster, and he was about to act. However, it was too late. A hand had grabbed his throat. Yang Yi slowly lifted up the middle-aged man. "I'm really not interested in anyone below the sage realm. However, since you insisted on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's head flew off into the distance. Yang Yi turned to look at the remaining old men. One of them hurriedly said, We are willing." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot swiftly toward the sky, and the other 2 followed close behind him. Yang Yi shrugged and vanished on the spot. Not long after Yang Yi vanished, Nether Maiden and the black-robed figure appeared where had been standing. The black-robed figure asked, "Is he close to all of you?" Nether Maiden nodded. The black-robed figure said, "Actually, he should be dead." Nether Maiden gazed at the black-robed figure, and the latter explained, "He's an uncertain factor in the large universe." Nether Maiden asked, "What do you mean?" The black-robed figure replied, "We're planning something, but we don't want any uncertain factors to exist, and he is one. Unfortunately, there are 2 extremely terrifying existences standing behind him, and even we have to fear them." Nether Maiden asked, "Even more terrifying than progenitors?" The black-robed figure chuckled with a voice that was pleasing and gentle like a bell. The black-robed figure looked up at the distant sky and said, "Progenitors aren't the truly terrifying existences in this world, because they have their own sects and shackles, so they have to consider many things when they do anything. However, that is their Tao, and it's the support of their sects which allowed them to possess their current accomplishments. It's an impasse that they cannot solve." The black-robed figure paused for a moment and continued, "The truly terrifying are those experts without any shackles. They have no sects, and they care about very, very little. If the things they care about are gone, they will be without any further ties. Those people are the most terrifying. Those 2 existences who stand behind Yang Yi are such existences, so we dare not touch him. Once we do, those 2 existences will have nothing else to worry about. At that time, even we won't be able to endure their revenge." Nether Maiden said, "Then isn't he very safe?" "Safe?" The black-robed figure chuckled again. "He's in the most danger. That fellow has come into contact with the God race, the 3 paths, the Eveline sprite, the prehistoric race, and he even has a precious treasure of the Tao Path and a sprite lord. When all of those are included, he's not safe at all. Especially that sprite lord. The end times are coming, and a sprite lord's benefits are beyond your imagination. At that time, it will become the most precious treasure in the large universe that every single organization wants to possess. He won't be able to keep it safe. Nether Maiden fell silent. Actually, meanwhile, the black-robed figure continued, I really admire that strategist of the god race. As expected of one with the Wiseman physique, her wisdom is truly perfect. Among all the organizations, only the god race has the best relationship with Yangyi. So Yangyi will definitely help if the god race is in trouble. Unfortunately, Nether Maiden asked, unfortunately what? The black-robed figure explained, if Shirtion cannot return, then the god race will only remain a second-rate organization. Not to mention us, even any of the three paths will be able to annihilate them with ease if they are willing to pay a certain price. Shirtion? Nether Maiden frowned slightly. He can come back to life? The black-robed figure replied, I don't know. However, Shirtion is quite an extraordinary expert. The god race will be able to survive the end times and compete with the other organizations if he's present. Otherwise, the god race will be kicked out of the game. That will lead to death. The Confucianist path has already been kicked out. Nether Maiden had turned into a curious child. Why did the Confucianist path get kicked out? The black-robed figure pondered deeply for a moment and replied, the Confucianist progenitor is a good person. Nether Maiden was puzzled. Huh? The black-robed figure said, amongst all the progenitors, the Confucianist progenitor is the most upstanding person, and he's the most likely to take that final step. However, that's also why he was kicked out so quickly. Once he succeeds, then even if he just takes half a step forward, the history of this world will be changed, and that's something countless people don't want to see happen. So, he was bound to never succeed. He knew that too, so he never chose to try. Unfortunately, he couldn't suppress it in the end. The black-robed figure shook their head. Do you know? 7 progenitor realm experts joined forces against him that day. 7 progenitors. Nether Maiden was shocked. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure suddenly looked towards the spot where Yangyi had left from. That fellow is really quite brave. He actually dared to help the Confucianist progenitor deliver something. Does he really think no one knew? Nether Maiden asked. Did they not try to stop him? Of course. The black-robed figure said. He should have died in the Confucianist dimension. Nether Maiden asked. Then how did he survive? The black-robed figure gazed at her. See for yourself. The black-robed figure flipped their right palm. A screen of light appeared before Nether Maiden, and Yangyi was in it. Yangyi was in the Confucianist dimension. In the sky above, 2 old men were looking down at Yangyi, and one of them was about to attack when Yangyi was leaving the Confucianist dimension. Suddenly, an armless man appeared before the 2 old men. The armless man cracked his neck, and then he raised his chin in their direction. Why don't you try? Chapter 21:34 Martial Soul Beast. Chapter 21:34 Martial Soul Beast. In the screen of light, the armless man faces 2 progenitor realm experts on his own. But his aura wasn't inferior at all. The old men exchanged glances, and then a gray-robed old man said, Who are you? The armless man walked slowly until he was just around 10 m away from them. I don't care which organization you're from and what your objective is, but you can't touch him. One of the old men suddenly said, You're very confident. The armless man replied, Even if I can't kill both of you, I can cripple you. Want to give it a try? One of the old men said, We shall. As soon as he finished speaking, the armless man vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the scene on the screen stopped abruptly. In reality, the black-robed figure said, Did you ask me all of that because you're worried about that kid? Nether Maiden fell silent. The black-robed figure said, Don't worry. We won't touch him until those 2 existences behind him are dealt with. Come on. We have to go look for your other sisters. The black-robed figure turned around and left. Nether Maiden fell silent for a long time before following the black-robed figure. Once Yangyi left the city, he shot up into outer space on his sword. It didn't take long for him to leave the human dimension and arrive in outer space. Around 6 hours later, a huge city appeared before Yang Yi. Martial Emperor City. And Nanjing was his objective now. Martial Emperor City wasn't in the territory of the Alliance of All, and it wasn't a place the three paths could interfere in either. So, Yang Yi didn't conceal himself. Had been to Martial Emperor Academy in the past, but he hadn't expected her to have been here. Yang Yi openly arrived in the academy, and a middle-aged man appeared before him as soon as he got close. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Yang Yi?" Yang Yi glanced at him. "You recognize me?" The middle-aged man grinned. "Why wouldn't I? Come with me." He turned around and left. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed him. Yang Yi followed the middle-aged man to a mountain called Northern Martial Mountain, and there was a small bamboo house there. The middle-aged man left after leading Yang Yi there. Yang Yi entered the bamboo house, and there was an old man seated in it. The old man grinned when he saw Yang Yi. "I'm the Vice Dean." Yang Yi said, "Vice Dean, I'm here to look for a friend. Her name is in Nanjing. She should be in Martial Emperor Academy right now." "That girl?" The Vice Dean said. "You're here to see her?" Yang Yi nodded. The Vice Dean fell silent for a moment and said, "To be honest, I don't want you to meet her." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The Vice Dean replied, "I'm sure you know your current situation. If she's linked to you, some organizations will definitely start targeting her. Do you want her to be targeted?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and smiled. "That's between me and her. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't disturb that person. But in Nanjing was different. He firmly believed that she would definitely get angry if he intentionally avoided her so that she wouldn't get into trouble. Moreover, no one else could understand their relationship." The Vice Dean glanced at Yang Yi and said, "She can't meet you right now." Yang Yi frowned. The Vice Dean explained, "I'm not stopping you from meeting her, but she's cultivating in Martial Emperor Cavern, and it's an extremely rare opportunity for her." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Martial Emperor Cavern?" The Vice Dean explained, "It's where the founder of Martial Emperor Academy, the Martial Emperor, resided. It's a place that every student dreams of entering. However, the only way in is to obtain the permission of the martial soul beast that the Martial Emperor left behind. In all these years, she's the only one to have been permitted to enter. She'll definitely obtain tremendous gains from that place, and it'll be a waste to make her leave now." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I go in there?" The Vice Dean was quite surprised. "You want to go in there?" Yang Yi replied, "I want to try." The Vice Dean thought for a moment and replied, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand lightly, and both of them vanished from the house. The Vice Dean led Yang Yi to the Martial Emperor Cavern. Actually, it was just a cave. It wasn't very huge, and there was nothing special about it. The Vice Dean gazed at Yang Yi. "This is the place." Yang Yi nodded and walked towards it. Right when he arrived around 2 m away from the cave's entrance, a wave of invisible energy obstructed him. At the same time, a small ethereal beast appeared before him. The small demon beast was shaped like a tiger, but there was a black horn on its head. Besides that, there was a black character for Martial on its forehead. Besides that, it had a pair of wings that were thin as the wings of a cicada. At this moment, it was obstructing Yang Yi's path. It was the Martial Soul Beast. Yang Yi glanced at it and pointed at the cave. "I want to go inside." The Martial Soul Beast shook its head, and then the invisible force started pushing Yang Yi back incessantly. Yang Yi gazed at the Vice Dean, and the latter said, "Looks like it doesn't acknowledge you." Yang Yi thought for a moment and patted his chest. Snowy emerged from there, and the Martial Soul Beast immediately stopped when it saw Snowy. Yang Yi's figure stopped moving as well. The Sprite Lord. The Vice Dean had quite a solemn expression on his face. Yang Yi went close to Snowy's ear and whispered, "Trick it to let us in." Snowy blinked at Yang Yi, and then she gazed at the Martial Soul Beast. At this moment, it was sizing up Snowy with a curious glow in its eyes. Snowy waved her little paw at the Martial Soul Beast, and the latter hesitated for a moment before flying over to Snowy. It glanced at Snowy, and then it stretched out its paw. Meanwhile, Snowy stretched out her paw and touched its head, and then she pointed at herself before pointing at the cave. The martial soul beast clearly understood Snowy. It hesitated for a moment, but it didn't take long for it to nod and display its agreement. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi started walking towards the cave with Snowy. Suddenly, the little demon beast obstructed their path, and it pointed at Yang Yi before shaking its head. Yang Yi's face darkened. This fellow would only let Snowy in, and not him. That's racism. Meanwhile, Snowy glanced at Yang Yi, and then she pointed at the cave. The martial soul beast clearly became quite anxious. It pointed at Snowy, then pointed at the cave, and then it pointed at Yang Yi before waving its paws. It meant that Snowy could go in, but Yang Yi couldn't. Snowy's eyes opened wide. She slapped the martial soul beast on the head, and then she pointed at herself. She was asking if it wouldn't even give her that much face. The martial soul beast seemed to be on the verge of tears. The Vice Dean was flabbergasted by this scene. The martial soul beast's status in Martial Emperor Academy was far above anyone else, because the little fellow's background was very, very special. Besides that, the little fellow's abilities were extremely terrifying. The martial soul beast. It was a beast that had once stayed by the Martial Emperor's side. Yet now, it was actually on the verge of tears because of Snowy. It really was on the verge of tears. It gazed at Snowy with an aggrieved expression and ceaselessly waved its little paws. It pointed at Yang Yi, pointed at Snowy, pointed at itself, and then showed a pleading expression to them. Snowy couldn't really bear to watch and gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. Tell it that we won't go inside. Actually, he couldn't really bear to let this continue too. If he entered by force, the martial soul beast would probably not dare to stop Snowy, and he could see that it really wanted to get close to Snowy. Or it should be said that it feared Snowy a little. It was a natural instinct to fear Snowy. Moreover, it was obvious that it treated Snowy as one of its own kind, one that it could give its full trust to. Snowy gazed at the martial soul beast when she heard Yang Yi, and then she waved her little claws. After it found out that they would not be going inside, it heaved a sigh of relief, gazed at Snowy, and then slowly floated over to Snowy. However, it seemed to be slightly afraid that Snowy was still angry. The Vice Dean was rendered absolutely speechless by this scene. You are the divine beast of my Martial Emperor Academy at any rate. Can't you be a little more domineering? It was like a little pet before Snowy. Snowy glanced at it, rubbed its horn gently, and then started to talk to it. Yang Yi naturally benefited from this. Through their communication, Yang Yi found out what it was doing here. It was a guardian. It was guarding something, and only those who met the criteria could enter. And Nanjing clearly did, but Yang Yi didn't. Yang Yi glanced at it and said, Snowy, ask it if it's willing to go with us. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, the Vice Dean said, Young brother Yang, absolutely not. It's the divine beast of my academy, and it carries the inheritance of my academy. Suddenly, a wave of invisible force pushed the Vice Dean away. Yang Yi and the Vice Dean gazed at the martial soul beast. Obviously, the force had come from it. They watched as it flew over to Snowy, and then nodded very seriously to display its willingness to leave with Snowy. The Vice Dean was livid when he witnessed this. At this moment, he almost exploded with rage. Chapter 2135 and Nanjing's Strength. Chapter 2135 and Nanjing's Strength. The martial soul beast was leaving. The martial soul beast of Martial Emperor Academy had been tricked to leave with someone else. The Vice Dean glanced at Yang Yi with an extremely hostile expression on his face. Yang Yi was quite embarrassed as well. Actually, Head just said that for fun, but he hadn't expected it to actually agree. All of this was Snowy's fault. It had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Snowy patted the martial soul beast on the head and seemed like she was telling it that it would be by her side from now on. The martial soul beast nodded repeatedly to display that it was absolutely willing. Actually, if it was at any other time, it may not choose to go with Snowy. Yet now, in this era where spirit energy was gradually becoming scarce, All of these sentient beings, and even all sprites, sensed danger. It was danger that came from the depletion of spirit energy. So, they were most fond of staying by a sprite lord's side. Just like that, Snowy had successfully tricked a little fellow to go with them. Suddenly, an aura seeped out from within Martial Emperor Cavern, but it didn't take long for it to gradually shrink back like a receding tide. Yang Yi gazed at the Vice Dean. What was that? The Vice Dean replied, she's probably about to come outside. Meanwhile, countless auras flashed over from the surroundings, and it didn't take long for a few dozen people to be gathered here. Senior Sister and is finally coming out. Someone spoke abruptly with slight excitement. Senior Sister and is the most monstrous genius in the last 1,000 years of our Academy's history. I think even sages won't be able to harm her now. Sages? Tui, can sages even be compared to her now? She could already fight sages before she went in there. Now, I'm afraid she can even defeat sages. Yang Yi gazed at the cave entrance in the distance. Can she really defeat sages now? A woman walked out slowly from within the cave, while everyone watched from the surroundings. A white robe, a ponytail, and a spear. It was a Nanjing. Yang Yi was about to go over when a man in an embroidered robe appeared in front of her. He grinned and said, Junior Sisterin, congratulations. And Nanjing glanced at the man, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. After that, she walked around the man and walked over to Yang Yi. You're here. A smile couldn't help but curl up on Yang Yi's face. And Nanjing. It was the same as Nanjing had known. Meanwhile, the man in an embroidered robe had quite an unsightly expression on his face. Yang Yi said, How's your strength like now? Her eyelids rose up slightly. Want to try? Yang Yi smiled, of course. They turned around and left together. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. They knew her temper well, and she was an utter block of ice. Anyone who got close to her would feel a wave of coldness assault them, and they would be ignored. Yet now, she was actually speaking to a man, and Shed said so much to him. What the hell? Suddenly, the man from before appeared in front of Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Yang Yi gazed at him. The man grinned. Brother. You are? Yang Yi replied, Her friend. Her friend? The man glanced at Yang Yi and gazed at a Nanjing. He was about to speak when a Nanjing suddenly said, Don't disturb us again. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, Let's go. Yang Yi nodded, and they walked away. However, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and looked at the man from before. She's mine, so don't even think about it. Yang Yi turned around and left. Yours? Meanwhile, the man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. Don't you think that sounds like a huge joke? Yang Yi replied indifferently. A joke? I never joke. The man looked Yang Yi in the eyes for a long time and said, You look very confident. So, how about we have a little spar? Yang Yi was about to speak when the Vice Dean suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. He gazed at Yang Yi and said, Just ignore these juniors. Yang Yi shrugged and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the Vice Dean glanced at the man in an embroidered robe and said, I'm afraid she has no one but him in her eyes. He's not worthy of her. The man spoke in a low voice. A man like him, he's Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the Vice Dean spoke abruptly. What? The man suddenly turned to look at the Vice Dean while disbelief filled his eyes. The Vice Dean shook his head slightly. Don't go offending that fellow. He turned around and left. The man still remained stunned on the spot. Yang Yi and a Nanjing arrived high above in the sky, and they created a pocket of space there. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with the desire to battle as he gazed at a Nanjing. They didn't say a word. A Nanjing just suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a wave of force slammed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't choose to dodge it. He just slammed his fist forward too. However, right when it was about to slam against a Nanjing's fist, she suddenly unfurled her fist and grabbed his wrist. Crack! The bones in Yang Yi's wrist instantly shattered, but at the exact same instant, Yang Yi's foot had shot towards a Nanjing's stomach. However, at the instant he raised his leg, a Nanjing's leg had already slammed against his knee, causing him to be blasted over 300 m away. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, she was already in front of him, and then she kneed him. The space around Yang Yi instantly shattered, and the powerful force contained within it caused Young Ye's entire body to become tense. At the same time, he sensed a wave of powerful pressure. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly at all. He raised his right foot and took a small step back before clenching his right fist, and then he slammed it forward. However, Nanjing didn't go head-on against him. Nanjing suddenly twisted her body sideways when Yang Ye's fist slammed forward, and she dodged it. At the same time, she swept her arm like a rod at Yang Ye's stomach. Bang! Yang Ye's figure curled forward, but he grabbed her throat with one of his hands. Meanwhile, a smile curled up on her face. An instant later, her figure vanished on the spot. Crap! Yang Yi cried inwardly. Sure enough, a fist slammed against his back. Bang! Yang Ye's figure was blasted away. At the same instant, Nanjing tapped his right foot down and shot forward. Her right knee shot towards Yang Ye's back. If it struck him, Yang Yi would be heavily injured even if he avoided death. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped in midair, and then he turned around and slammed his fist at her knee. A head-on collision. Unfortunately, she still didn't go head-on against him. As soon as he swung his fist forward, Shed suddenly pulled her knee back, and then slapped her palm against his fist. At the instant her palm came into contact with Yang Ye's fist, a smile curled up on his face, and then a wave of powerful force surged out from his fist. Bang! And Nanjing was caught off guard and blasted over 1 kilometer away. Once she stopped herself, she put her right hand behind her back and gazed at Yang Yi. Your body is at the Sage Realm. Yang Yi nodded. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even be able to exchange 10 blows with you in close quarters. Both Nanjing and him hadn't used their true strength, and they'd chosen this method to compete against each other. They'd chosen to compete in the basics. Unfortunately, he was completely suppressed by her. After all, his body was at the Sage Realm, but her strength was entirely capable of injuring him. Nanjing walked slowly to him. Your combat instinct is very bad. Very bad. Yang Ye's face was quite unsightly. His combat instinct was very bad. It was the first time someone had said that to him. After all, close-quarter combat was one of Yang Ye's strong points, and had never suffered a loss while engaging in close-quarter combat with others. Of course, this spar was excluded from that. Meanwhile, Nanjing continued, however, your body is very strong, and your recovery is very formidable too. Sages are probably no match for you in close-quarter combat. However, if you encounter an expert with extraordinary combat instinct, you'll definitely suffer a loss. Yang Yi nodded. From the moment Nanjing broke his wrist just now, had known what his weakness was. Even though Head relied on the primordial violet energy to heal his wrist, even a small thing in a battle between experts could decide a person's fate. Moreover, Nanjing added, your physical strength is quite weak. It's weak? Yang Yi wasn't convinced. It should be pretty good, right? Nanjing shook her head slightly. A Sage Realm Buddhist strength shouldn't be like this. Your physical strength isn't bad at all when it comes to converging strength. However, you lack something. Yang Yi asked, what? Nanjing replied, condensing it. Yang Yi was puzzled. Condensing it? She explained, like a piece of metal. Doesn't it grow sharper and stronger after being struck countless times by a hammer? Yang Yi frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, Nanjing added, you must condense your strength and make it even purer, truly pure, just like your sword. I can sense that your sword is pure, but your physical strength isn't. If you don't use your sword, I can fight 100 people like you. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.